Yes, yes. Arrow sees. Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, my hand. Smacked myself with my ring. Jail! Jail for 1,000 years! What? Why'd this not work? Eh? 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 There we go. Why was my chat not working? There we are. Whew. Okay. Our itinerary is 10 more seconds. And then, I'm going to... Hi. Today, I want to wrap up the rules for pet taming, because I already have a basis for the rules for pet taming. And then I want to continue working on the platonic dating sim that we've been programming. How are you, Arrow? I am doing all right. Past couple days have been a little all over the place, at least internally. So I'm hoping that today is just going to be a good, fine day. And I have work that I need to get done tonight that I got partly done last night, and I needed to get fully done last night. So more work. Working on your own RPG, nice. So if you are a lurker, or if you are watching the VOD, or if you are here and an active participant, by all means, say hello and I'll say hi to you. But in the meantime, hi Wolk and Celador and Dotsie and everyone else who is watching. I want to go through pet taming because my first thought was I'm going to go through and show off the Badlands. Badlands. To show off the Badlands, run through that. I feel like a lot of folks who want to be here for this will only be here on Friday because that's what I've been doing for the past couple weeks. So I feel like it would be kind of disrespectful to just whip that out today. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to check out Alchemy again. I'm going to revisit Alchemy, do another pass on that. I'm going to finish pet taming. These collectively should probably take me like an hour and a half because pet taming is already like half done. Alchemy is already a complete system. I just need to kind of like overhaul it. And then, yeah, we'll be chilling. Is Neolithic getting a Pokemon system? Less a Pokemon system, more so a Ranger companion system. So, pet taming. Non-sapient creatures, such as animals, have a mood, temperament, and nature. Their mood is how they're feeling in the moment and can change multiple times per scene. Much like creatures, this will color that animal's interactions and potential checks. While highly variable, some examples below are happy, sad, angry, hungry, tired, frightened, lethargic, panicked, betrayed. This is your moment-to-moment mood that your pet has. Their temperament is how they as an individual animal act as a baseline and can only change with significant time and effort. This is the main thing creatures cultivate when training a pet, and at specific levels that must be advanced in order. Hostile, meaning they are afraid or they're aggressive or afraid of creatures. Advancement requires its basic needs, including safety, be met. Withdrawn means they shy away from contact without obvious aggression. Advancement requires an incentive that the animal wants, most often food or ether. Curious, meaning they are open to interactions with creatures. Advancement requires consistent interactions where the animal's mood is positive. Friendly, meaning they actively associate with and accompany creatures. Advancement requires explicit, direct training to accomplish tasks. Tamed indicates they are fully trained and accustomed to creature interaction. Wild animals can never be tamed. Now, this is basically a 5-point scale of how close is it to being a pet. It is a completely wild animal that is aggressive. It is an animal that has kind of like a stare down mentality, a back away mentality. It is a creature that will approach you if you offer your hand, will sniff you out, will not run off as soon as you approach, and will actively work alongside you and fully listens to your commands like a hunting dog, right? However, this is based on their nature. Their nature represents how deeply tied to sapient creatures the animal is. Every animal that is taken from the wild is wild, meaning they can never be tamed, and it is never easy by default to train them. Every animal whose parents were friendly is acclimated, meaning they always are accustomed to interacting with sapient creatures. Every animal whose parents were tamed is domesticated, meaning it is never improbable to train them. What does this mean? This means I go out, I grab a wolf. This wolf is wild, probably starts out hostile, maybe withdrawn. I then work with it. I give it a safe home. I give it food. I give it water. It goes from hostile to withdrawn. After it's withdrawn, I start giving it incentives of more food because I'm training it to like me more. Now it's curious about me. Now I've been giving it more food. Then I have interactions with it where I give it pets and I play with it and it has a positive mood interacting with me. It is now friendly. I do that again with another one. Those two mate. They have a child. That child is now acclimated, even though its parents are wild. Now, the acclimated wolf pup probably starts like curious. Maybe it even starts. Yeah, I think I'd probably say it starts curious, maybe even friendly. And then I can get the wolf pup up and up and up until it's tamed. And then I do that with another wolf pup. I have those two mate. And then suddenly I have a grandchild of the wolf I initially grabbed from the wilderness is domesticated. Right? So the goal here is this is not, I take a wild wolf and now it's my best friend. The goal here is a microcosm of the process of multi-generational domestication. No, this is not how it works in the real life. It works similar to this on a much slower and larger scale, but this is streamlined for a TTRPG. This is, as a character, you might grab, here's this really weird like creature that I really like and was like kind of friendly to me. It's now my buddy. It will like accompany me and it'll be like a wild animal that it, like walks alongside me. If it has kids, I can raise the kids, and now these kids are going to be able to be tamed and trained fully. And then maybe you bring that animal back to your species, back to your village, back to your home, and then you kind of domesticate them over time. Will there be exotic pets? So this is a system where every pet is an exotic pet. There are no wolves, there are no bears, there are no birds. There are only wolf-bear birds, right? That's the core of the system. The core of the system is that everything is weird and exotic. I'm so excited to go watch the VOD about the Arctic from yesterday. Well, I'm happy for you to check it out, Tatsi. Hey, Raxus. So, it is impossible to train sapient creatures, and they're never wild, acclimated, or domesticated. This is not a topic this TTRPG is oriented around. I feel like I had to mention that because I have enough puppy girls. I have enough puppy girls in my audience that they might be weird. And I know that the TTRPG scene has enough people who have problematic views that would be weird. This is not a thing that this system is oriented around in either of those directions. No. So when interacting with a creature over the course of a scene, you can attempt to train it. You can do this while traveling, but only during a passive time slot. You can only attempt to train one animal or group of animals of the same species per day. Any animal that is friendly can be treated as a pet, though. Animals that are tamed actively seek it out. So this is where I don't have mechanics. This is where okay, so we have the nature, we have the temperament, we have the mood. The mood is how they're feeling in the moment. The temperament is what state they are in terms of tame ability. Their nature is what generation of domestication are we on. And this really it's fine in generation 2. But once you get to generation 3, it's really easy, right? Because if you remember, this system is about every roll is going to be easy, possible, or improbable. Training a wild animal can never be easy by default. which means you always need to roll. An easy roll you don't need to roll for. You just do it. Whereas a domesticated animal is never improbable to tame them, meaning it is always on the easier side of possible if you even need to roll. So, for instance, training a wolf would be never easy by default. And then training a dog would be never improbable by default. There is a skill gap between those two species, between those two creatures. So how do we want to do the actual mechanics of what a pet can do for you once it is a pet? And the dog below me, the dog in the house below me is very excited by my mention of dogs and wolves and really wants to be on stream and be like, hello, hi. Oh my gosh, my roommate's cat was just like, I opened my door this morning and literally as I opened my door, it's like, I open my door and my door opens inward. So I open it in. And as I open it in, my roommate's cat like runs inside past my legs and just kind of like chills in my room. And I'm like, hello, Miss Ma'am, what are you up to? And she just like looks around. She jumps up on my bed. My bed is right next to a window, so I open the window for her. She likes to look out the window. And then she gets off the bed as I'm like setting up stream on my laptop or on my PC, and she's just like rubbing her face. She's just like grinding her body up against my leg. And she's just like, give me pets, give me attention. And I'm just like, girl, I'm busy. What are you up to? And then she started biting me. And I was just like, what are you up to, girl? And so I gave her pets. And then she was not satisfied. And so I gave her more pets. And then she was satisfied and she left. So that was part of why I started stream a couple minutes late. It is the best doggo. I wouldn't say it's the best doggo. I have no connection to this doggo. However, whenever I run into this doggo, it immediately charges me. And like leaps upon me and like does the thing where like if I'm standing up like this, it will like, you know, like it does the full like bipedal dog thing where it like puts its paws on your shoulders. Every time it's just like leapt at me. And like I'm down. I am a tall person. I'm a broad person. I can like handle a dog throwing itself at me. So I just like grab on, I start petting this dog, and I'm like, oh, and then my neighbor always feels really bad. And I'm like, you don't understand. I love dogs. This is totally acceptable to me. It doesn't matter that I'm in my pajamas and I'm being ambushed as I'm on my way to do the laundry. Like, I will pet this dog. Ain't no such thing as too busy for pets. Like, honestly, there's been times where she's bothered me, like, while I'm on stream. And I'm just like, hey, girl, like, do you want pets? Say hi. And then she doesn't say hi. And then it sounds like I'm just, like, talking weirdly to myself. So, what do they do? How do you train them? So mechanics is... So, like once a creature is one or more pets, they can have them assist in any low complexity task the pet can reasonably accomplish. I think most pets have 3 injury boxes. Because like this is where we have to get into, like, I'm not making a stat block for every single animal. I'm not even making a stat block for like classifications of animals. This is not a very combat oriented system, but they do need to like be able to pay the consequences of blood, sweat, or tears. So once a creature has 1 or more pets, they can have them assist in any low complexity task the pet can reasonably accomplish. Anytime the they become a ranger, handler, owner. Like what do we want the term to be for if you have a pet? And because like that will be like just a gameplay term that is just like you are a handler, so you have 1 or more pets. And I also want it to be you're allowed to have more than 1 pet. It's just functionally like you don't have like having pets with you is not going to be more helpful necessarily. My cat likes to gently push into the floor and on his back, give him belly rubs. I never understood why he's chill with it at all. I mean, some cats are like that. Some cats just want belly rubs. Some cats want to play fetch. Some cats are dog software on cat hardware. And my roommate's cat is pretty solidly cat software on cat hardware. She is just a cat through and through. That being said, she is kind of on the older side. I think she's like 8 or 9 or maybe even 10. And she is such a little silly creature. I was going to call her a cuddle bug. She's not really a cuddle bug. She does like attention and she likes sharing space. The other day I was on my bed reading manga with her, and she was just like curled up by my legs as I was just reading some manga. And that was really nice. And when I was watching the place by myself, because all of my roommates like went out to a conference for a couple days, she would just like come to my room every night because she didn't want to sleep alone. And just like she needs attention. She's a social creature, which is very cute, but she's also not very like physically like give me pets, you know? Some cats like to be spun around. That is also true. I put her in sky jail, where I do the thing where I will just like right? So I'll just do this to her. And this is usually a punishment. She is so chill with it. Like, one of my other roommates would help her mom with holding her to give her like a flea bath because she got fleas like as soon as we got here. So like she hates when her mom or when my other roommate like hold her. When I pick her up, she is just like chill. She's just, like, I pick her up as a punishment. I pick her up as sky jail. You're being sent to sky jail because you were like trying to pick at like you were clawing at my laundry hamper. And so I just pick you up and I'm like, what are you doing? And she'll just like chill there. Or I'll like put her on her biped on the bed and I'll just like stand her up and she'll just like literally just chill in my arms. And I don't know what it is. Like, maybe it's just like she's just chill and she doesn't like it when they do it because of the flea bath associations. But for me, she doesn't have that. Or maybe it's just I'm built different. In my opinion, something like a couple generic type of action things that a pet can be good at or not good at, like or dislike. A little like Lancer actions and tech actions. Maybe. Long cat slinky. A little bit. She's really silly. She's very cute. And like, I grew up with a cat. I grew up with a dog and a cat. Funny enough. Okay, back to MSP. I'm sorry. We're never getting to programming. I hope you know. Cat, 2 years older than me. Dog, 2 years younger than me. And then this was a little arrow. Right? So, get the cat. 2 years later. Me! Yay! 2 years later, get a puppy. Our cat, therefore, by the time I was born, was 2. And by the time we got the puppy, was 4. And that's like adult for a cat. And she was the meanest little bugger you can see. Like without actually being like physically hostile to humans, she was like incredibly cranky and disrespectful and mean, to the extent that she literally beat up a puppy that was under one year old. She like physically like batted at him with her paws to the point where he got traumatized. Like physically, like for the rest of his life, despite being 4 times her size and being able to like accidentally crush her, he was terrified of her and would not walk by. And therefore, I grew up with the perception that cats were kind of like mean. Cats were bullies. Cats were cranky. Cats were not great. When in reality, it was really just my cat. And so, like, what I grew up with was the perception that I love dogs so much more than cats. But as I've grown up, I have softened significantly on cats. I am much more open to how just like cute and adorable and sweet and wonderful cats are. I still consider myself a dog person, but like I can really appreciate cats now, and living with a cat, even when I've had to like take care of her, has just been so fun. I love animals. So like handler, I think goes fine. They become that pet's handler. A handler. They become that pet's handler. A handler can have any one of their pets assist in any low complexity task the pet can reasonably accomplish. And anytime the handler would need to because I'm thinking there are two types of tasks. There are low complexity, there are high complexity. Low complexity is if I want to help you, I can just probably do it. If I can do it and you can do it, I can just help you. I can roll, I can make a check, I can set you up. If it's high complexity, we need to talk, we need to communicate to each other. If we are not the same species, we cannot make it easy, so we have to always roll. So like high complexity is let's build a building. Let's build a shelter together. Low complexity is let's push this boulder, right? Low complexity is literally you just kind of do a thing. So I think pets can help with low complexity tasks, not high complexity tasks. I also think pets can take damage for you. I have dogs and cats and they're both great. They are both great. Hey Kaizo. I had several cats. One was a lap cat and the other was a buzzsaw who killed lots of birds. Oh no! I remember back when we had my dog. Back many years ago. He found a banani outside. And he chased after it, caught it, he thrashed it around his head, mouth, like that. And then he set it down and he just stared at it. And he was panting, and he's like, and it was very clear he was looking at the banani and being like, okay, again, go again. And so my dog was a super sweetie and clearly was not aware that he just killed this rabbit. So he's just like waiting on this like new friend to go off and run again so he can chase it again. And that's my main exposure with creatures killing other creatures. Although in the same place in our backyard, I found I must have been like 6. I was really little. There's just this like tuft of fuzz in our backyard, like in the middle of our backyard, and I walk up to it and there was like a bunch of baby bunnies in it. And so I naturally, the first thing I do is I pick one up and I go back to the back door of our backyard, and I open it and I go, "Hey mom, look what I found." And she goes, "Okay, let's put that back." Because this was back when like the myth about like if you pick up a baby animal, it won't smell like its mom, so it will be abandoned and it will die, was like still really popular. So she was like, "Okay, let's put this back and like let's not let the dog out for a bit." I used to have one that was both. Outside cat that basically adopted us during his inside time. He left lap time outside. Voracious hunter. Cleaning up one of his kills from the driveway wasn't the most fun thing, but still. I don't know. I feel like so like obviously outdoor cats very dangerous for the cat. Like just that's just how it is. Even dogs, in and out dogs, which almost every dog should be an in and out dog. I don't think of a single dog that shouldn't be an in and out dog. That's more dangerous than if they spent their entire life indoors. But ultimately, like they're animals, they need to be outside. Cats, however, generally it's considered that it's just safer for them to be indoor only. But like an outdoor cat that just kind of like wanders and knows that you're a safe spot and comes back to you like a couple times a week and spends hours at your home and just kind of like spends time with you, that is pretty pog, I will say. I do think that like the platonic ideal of a relationship with a cat is to just have one like adopt you via the cat distribution system, but it's still independent and doing its own thing. And so you get to have this animal that like chooses you, much like a Pokemon. I had a few cats, and I recall one of them was a house cat and couldn't hunt. So when the others would bring mice and moles as hunting trophies, he'd go out and bring big leaves. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. In his case, he was a daily returner. Aww. That's so cute. Okay. So let's do training mechanics. He got a night and come back in the morning. Gosh, I woke up so late today. I was so close to like just not making stream. And the only reason I was a couple minutes late is because I needed to eat. This mortal vessel was weak. Mine was a rescue who's always a little skittish to people, but she showed affection occasionally. Mine always seemed to deal with a lot of her own kills, didn't leave too many around the house. Aww. So, while interacting with an animal over the course of a scene, you can attempt to train it. You can do this while traveling, but only during a passive time slot. You can only attempt to train one animal or group of animals of the same species per day. To train an animal, you must ensure. What do I phrase this as? Tink. Why are you meowing? Is that at me or someone else home? Okay, so now you're done. Thank you for that. Sorry. All right. I'm writing a TTRPG about animals. How do we phrase this? I think what we do is we do this. Crazy, I know. Crazy. Like, so do you know what I'm getting at? Where it's the idea of I make it a little. The temple is the main thing, the culture, and has a specific levels that must be advanced in order. So what if I format it like this? And I do that. So now what I can say is they all have an advancement requirement. To train an animal, you must first meet its advancement requirement. To train an animal, you must first meet its advancement requirement. This is a continual progress, meaning if you lose its advancement requirement over the training process, you must pause your training. Every animal I feel like what we do is that we tie it to mechanics. So like in order to go from hostile to withdrawn, you need 2 successes. Withdrawn to curious, you need 4 successes. From withdrawn to curious, you need 6. That kind of deal. So it's like it's harder and harder, but not like algorithmic or like logarithmic, exponentially. Math. I think that it's additive. Advancement requires 2 successes while its basic needs, including safety, are met. 4 successes while offering an incentive that the animal wants, most often food or ether. 6 successes during interactions where the animal's mood is positive. 8 successes alongside explicit direct training to accomplish tasks. So what this is that I take a wolf, I grab it, I make a check that has 2 successes while its basic needs, including safety, are met. Then, after that, while it's withdrawn, I need another on top of that 4 successes while offering an incentive that the animal wants, most often food or ether. Then, on top of that, I need another 6 successes where its interaction is positive. And then after that, I need to do 8 successes of actually literally training it, assuming I'm going all the way from hostile to tamed, which I can't do in the case of wild creatures. What's up, gamers? Hey, Ormy. So every animal requires every temperament requires a certain amount of successes to... Every temperament has a tree with a certain amount of successes. Here to deliver my prime before the end of the month. Ooh, lovely. Thank you. Every temperament has a tree with a certain amount of successes that must be filled out. Yay, hype train because of the prime. Thank you for the prime. Woo! Woo! See, there you go. You get your own applause for that. So every temperament has a tree with a certain amount of successes. Those listed in the temperament levels are a baseline, and the GM may modify them based on the animal being trained. Once one temperament tree is complete, the animal advances to the next level and a new tree is begun. Excess successes cannot be carried over from one tree to another. You are late to live into gym. No worries. We're working on pet stuff. So, I want to train an animal. It's withdrawn. So that means I need 4 successes while offering an incentive that the animal wants, most often food or ether. I make a roll, I get 2 successes. Halfway there. I make a roll, I get 1 success. I make a roll, I get 1 success. Suddenly, it's now curious. Now a new tree is open. It's now curious. I need to give it 6 successes while its mood is positive. So now it's a matter of just like building rapport. And that's generally how you do training. You can do it over the course of a scene. You can attempt to train it per time slot. So you can do this while traveling, but only during a passive time slot, one time per cycle. So remember, in this system, the day-night cycle is day, night, night, night. There is 3 times the amount of night that there is the day. So in a given cycle, there is a daytime slot and then 3 nighttime slots. What this is saying is that when interacting with an animal over the course of a scene, you can attempt to train it. You can do this while traveling, but only during a passive time slot. You can only, and that's a time slot where you're not moving. You can only attempt to train one animal or group of animals of the same species per time cycle. To train an animal, you must first meet its advancement requirements. This is a continual process, meaning if you lose its advancement requirement over the training process, you must pause your training until it is met. advancement requirements are cumulative, meaning every temperament requires the advancing every temperament requires the animal to have its basic needs met, right? So it's the idea of, I grab a wolf, I need to meet its basic needs. Then I need to meet its basic needs and give it an incentive. And then I need to meet its basic needs and give it an incentive and have its mood be positive. And then I need to meet its basic needs and offer an incentive and have its mood be positive and give explicit training, right? So it's cumulative. It's more complicated. It takes longer. But ultimately, once you get to like friendly, you're really fine. You don't need to go to tamed. Like you can, depending on the parentage of the creature, but that's not required. And so any animal that is friendly can be treated as a pet. So any animal that is friendly can be treated as a pet. Animals that are tamed actively seek out a handler. Can be treated as a pet where you are its handler. Any animal that is friendly can be treated as a pet where its trainer becomes its handler. Animals that are tamed actively seek out a handler. If they have none, to transfer ownership of a pet takes a time slot of acclimating the pet to the new handler, right? So I want it to be simple. I want it to be, hey, I have a wolf. You get along well with my wolf. How do you take over my wolf now? It just takes a time slot. It just takes some time. It's not like big. It's not crazy. It's not whatever. It's literally just like, hey, over the course of a scene, a time slot, I hand it to you. Actively seek out companionship. I think actively seek out a handler is more explicitly worded, because that's, so this is like a dog. It will seek out someone who is like a sentient, sapient creature companion to like handle it. Whereas a wolf that was tamed will just like go back to the woods. How long would those successes take though? And / who, what would be doing that? I can imagine pulling off a How to Train Your Dragon and get friendly with an animal and then pass the knowledge to their people. So you'd be leaving the animal half curious sometimes, or this end up more of a narrative side. So what this would be, the ideal that I'm going for, and you tell me if this comes across. This creature, I come across a wolf, I come across a dragon, I come across whatever it is. I'll say a bear. Come across a bear. Bear is hostile to me. It's wild. It's crazy. Arrgh. And then I take that bear and I like safely make sure it feels like its basic needs are met. I give it food, I give it water, I give it shelter. And so suddenly it becomes withdrawn. It's not trying to murder me anymore. Now I maintain an environment for it. I offer it food. And so over time, over the course of one scene or one time slot per check, once per cycle, really, day-night cycle, I can make a check. This will be a effort that will take, let's say you get 2 successes every cycle, and you can make 1 check per cycle. A cycle is a day and 3 nights, which means we're rocking to get all the way to friendly. If you take 2, and then that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That takes 6 cycles. Let's say you get through, assuming you're not traveling, let's say you play 1 cycle in a session. Because you're like playing through the game, you have multiple scenes in a time slot. So you're rocking multiple different things. During travel, you might go through 8, 9, 10, 11 cycles in a single session. Because in traveling, it is zoomed out. In traveling, you are traveling for a full day, and then you camp down to rest, and then you travel for a full night, and then you camp down to rest. So it's variable, and you actually are going to be able to do this faster while traveling than by doing normal adventuring stuff, which is downtime. That is literally what downtime is. While you're active, it's harder to do this stuff. It takes longer to do this stuff. While you're not active, while you're just doing B-roll footage that you do in a montage to get through the rest of the movie, that's when you can do the busy work. Why are you talking about wolves on your dating sim stream? Because I wanted to talk about wolves. I feel like there's a joke to be made about petting and exploitation, but I'm not smart enough to make it. No, B. It's impossible to train sapient creatures, and they are never wild, acclimated, or domesticated. That is not a topic this TTRPG is oriented about. I already knew. I knew people would do that. Sorry you've not made the last few streams. You've been busy working on a final project and stuff. It's okay. I'll just kill you. That's fine. You'll be fine. You'll get back. Companionship also doesn't have explicit gaming. That's also fair. Well, also, like, handler is just a term, right? Handler is just kind of a term for, like, you are the pet, I'm the handler, right? It is a gameplay mechanic that says, like, in terms of who this pet is, like, bonded to, so to speak, that is the creature that is bonded to. Is it possible to train sapient creatures? I know some people that indicate otherwise. Neko, don't make me tap the sign. Tapping the sign. Tapping the sign. Like, yes, people do that, and I'm not here for that. That's not what this is about. So, we are making pet training rules for the Neolithic, and what this means is you have their mood, which is just completely narrative. This is, oh, you kicked your dog, they hate you now. But that's their mood. That will change over time. You gave your dog pets, they are happy. Your dog got injured, they are sad. Like, the mood will change based on just what narratively makes sense. The temperament is how they interact with you and how open they are to taming. And then their nature is immutable and tied to what generation of taming they are on. If they are taken from the wild, they're wild. If their parents were friendly with creatures, they're acclimated. If they're let me actually also add in every animal whose parents were tamed is domestic. So do we want to add in something where, no, I kind of like the idea that if you, so I get my wolves, I have my wolves make babies, the babies are acclimated, right? So, like, I get wolves, they're friendly wolves make acclimated babies. Now, those acclimated babies, they can be tamed. Tamed is the highest temperament in terms of how open it is to working with creatures, but I never get to that point before they make babies. Now, these acclimated wolves, because they're only friendly, their kids are only acclimated. We never got to domesticated because the wolves were never tamed. Does that feel too punishing, or does that make sense? Because, like, logically, it kind of makes sense that if I never get to the point where I fully train my wolves, and then they have kids, their kids aren't going to be more inclined to be fully trained because their parents were never fully trained, right? You don't want to play ball. Your dog is now on a mission of vengeance. I did include, I thought like vengeful was one of them. That's funny. Wait, scroll back up to the sign so I can make the meme. Here's the sign. You have established handler as what the pet owner is in the game context. That's fair. You should put in some examples of what their temperament means and how it's fully narratively driven, just to make it explicit to players. So the thing with the temperament is that's not narratively driven. The temperament is explicitly a gameplay mechanic, whereas the mood is fully narrative. So maybe just like a XXX that attacks on sight a YYY that flees when you approach. XXX that stares you down. A YYY that follows you from a distance. XXX that approaches you to get your scent. A YYY that a YYY that a YYY that stands in the open, approaches when you're asleep. Not an XXX run. That's just a placeholder. Oh, calm down. I think mood is what. Yeah. So the mood is just like happy, sad, angry. Like I could change these emotions and I could say like an XXX that is like happy and give an example of what that would look like, but I do think that it's good to have a little example for each of these. So XXX that protects you from, that fights alongside you. That is released as a hunting beast. YYY that scouts ahead. Or maybe would that be tamed? Yeah, so I think that this would be like tame. So this would be XXX that fights alongside you. YYY that stays awake and alert all night. Reports and indicates danger. An XXX that approaches you to get your scent. A YYY that comes begging for food. Right? So it's the idea of like, it attacks on sight or flees when you approach. It stares you down or follows from a distance. It approaches you to get your scent. It comes begging for food. It fights alongside you, or it stays awake and alert all night. And then if it's tamed, if you can give it commands, it is released as a hunting beast. Or it scouts ahead and like indicates danger. So I think we have training. I think that the training is simple. It's just like when interacting with it over the course of a scene, you can attempt to train it. You can do this while traveling, but only during a passive time slot. You can only attempt to train one animal or group of animals in the same scene per time slot. To train an animal, you must first meet its advancement requirement. This is a continual process, meaning if you lose its advancement over the training process, you must pause your training until it's met. Advancement requirements are cumulative, meaning advancing every temperament requires the animal to have its basic needs met, because the very first one is advancement requirement, 2 successes while its basic needs, including safety, are met. So, every temperament has a tree with a certain amount of successes. Those listed in the temperament level are baseline, and the GM may modify them based on the animal being trained. Once one temperament's tree is complete, the animal advances to the next level, and a new temperament is begun. Excess successes cannot be carried from one tree to another. Any animal that is friendly can be treated as a pet, where its trainer becomes its handler. Animals that are tamed actively seek out a handler if they have none. To transfer ownership of a pet takes a time slot of acclimating the pet to the new handler. Mechanics. So what does the pet actually do? How many pets can you have? I don't want it to be 0. I don't want it to be 1. I want it to be that you can be the sort of person, like I have like a bird creature and I have a dog creature and I also like have this snake that I think is really cool. So I want you to be able to like have a whole menagerie. I don't want that to become, I mean, it could be the focus of your character. I think, call me crazy, so you have 6 injury boxes. In this game, when you take damage, you either take a wound or an injury. Your wounds fill up half an injury box, kind of like superficial damage from Vampire the Masquerade storyteller system, and then your injuries fully fill the box, much like aggravated damage. I think what we do is it says whenever you get a pet, you must mark between 1 and 3 injury boxes as set aside for that pet. You no longer can put wounds or injuries in these boxes. They now represent the health of the creature, of your pet. You can no longer put wounds or injuries in these boxes, though they still count towards your... So when all of your boxes are full, you die. Though they still count towards your death, they still count towards your injury box maximum, they still count towards your injury box total, and must be filled for you to die. 3 is pretty nice, 2 normally, and up to 5 if you focus. So what I'm thinking is every creature can have between 1 and 3 of your injury boxes. You start with 6, and with XP, you can go up to like as many as you want. It's just more and more expensive the more you get. So if you want to be a pet tamer class, you want to put a bunch of XP into experience, or into injury boxes. Because then if you have 9 injury boxes, you can have like a bear that has 3 injury boxes. You could have a bird that has 1 injury box. You could have a snake that has 2 injury boxes. And then that all is like 6 of your 9. You still have 3 for yourself. That's not that bad. So you have a subtle means of being a pet tamer class. Like you can spec into it, even though it's not explicitly a pet tamer class. When you must make a payment of blood and one or more of your pets is involved in the roll, in the check, you can choose to place the damage in either your injury boxes or theirs. In your injury boxes, theirs, or any combination. I'm sure you're considering this already, but you should allow the characters to die for their pet rather than force them. And I am definitely thinking that, because like I'm trying to think, it's broken if your pets give you more resources. Like yes, your pets will allow you to make rolls easier. If I'm trying to push a boulder and I have a big giant bear creature, my bear can support me, give me extra, like make a roll to support me and then push it. And so I, strictly speaking, have more options available by getting a pet than otherwise. But I'm taking away my precious injury boxes, which I feel is enough of a trade-off that most people probably won't get more than 1 pet, because I doubt the majority of people are going to give their pet fewer than 2 injury boxes. I feel like most people, even for like a little bird, even for a little mouse, they're probably not going to want their creature to have fewer than 2 injury boxes because they don't want their creature to die. That's just like psychologically, I'm banking on the fact that the vast majority of people would prefer to have 1 like 3 injury box creature rather than several 1 injury box creatures and like break the game with it. Yeah, they're all going into mine. No way is my pet dying. So when you make a payment of blood and 1 or more of your pets is involved in the check, you can choose to place the damage in either your injury boxes, theirs, or any combination of the 2. If you are unable to fill your injury, and then, okay, so I think what we do, so it's, they steal your injury boxes to represent their health. When you must make a payment of blood or one of your creatures involved in the check, you can choose to place damage, or so either combination, however much you want, as long as they're involved in the roll. If their injury boxes are filled up with wounds and or injuries, they instantly die. Because remember, this is a brutal game. Like, this is not intended to be a D&D game where you go unconscious and you fall down. Like, if you fill up your injury boxes, you die. Your creature is not expected to survive the entire campaign. This is a game where you play species, not a creature. They instantly die. Oh, whoops. A flag in my room just partially fell. They instantly die, and you reclaim the filled injury boxes. If this means all of your injury boxes are full, you then die like normal. Hello, Markson. I'll get a pack of 1 injury restrooms to make a modular mech. Oh my gosh. If this means all of your injury boxes are full, you then die like normal. And what is the mechanic for... So, okay. I have 6 injury boxes. I give 3 of them to my bear. And I give 2 of them to my wolf. And now I have 1 injury box. I take a wound. Or I take an injury. My injury box is now full. What happens if I take another injury? I presume it automatically gets pushed to my creature. So I think what it is that it's when you make a payment, you can choose to place it on either yours, theirs, or any combination of the two. If yours are full, if your available injury boxes are full, you must apply all damage to your pet's injury boxes, even if they were not involved in the check. If your pet's injury boxes are filled with wounds and or injuries, they instantly die and you reclaim the filled injury boxes. If this means all of your injury boxes are full, you then die like normal. Does that make sense? So I make a roll. I fail a roll. I make a payment of blood. Payment of blood is me choosing I'm going to take damage. Because in this game, when you fail, you choose, do you take damage? Do you advance trees, which are like taking timers? Do you lose an item? You choose, and then the GM assigns it to you. I choose to pay in blood. My animal takes that. You can say you then also die. You also die. You could give the option to let the player die instead of Mark. And that's what I'm thinking. I think what it is that it's if you would... So we're currently in an ad, by the way, but we're just like talking pet stuff, so I'm not too fussed about pausing for this. I probably should drink water, though. I'm actually gonna... Actually, give me a moment. I'm gonna step behind the scenes. realized it was slightly darker in here than I was hoping for. Well, this is the time. If you want to shoot blindly into the crowd, this is perfectly the time. Sniper in the hall, spy on the hunt. Okay, so if you would if your pet is tamed, think about this. Your pet is tamed. Okay, wait. If your pet's injury boxes are filled up with wounds, they instantly die, and you reclaim the filled injury boxes. If this means all of your injury boxes are full, you also die.
Yummers.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're just thinking about pets. When you make a payment of blood and one or more of your pets is involved in the check, you can, when you make a payment, and one or more of your pets is involved in the check, you can choose to place the damage in either your injury boxes, theirs, or any combination of the two. If your available injury boxes are full, you must apply all damage to your pet's injury boxes, even if they are not involved in the check. If your pet is not in the scene, if you're available, okay. I know. Whenever you get a new pet, you must mark between 1 and 3 injury boxes set aside for that pet. They now represent the health of your pet. You can no longer put wounds or injuries in these boxes, but they still count towards your injury box total and must be filled for you to die. Anytime you are not in the same scene as your pet, you temporarily regain these injury boxes, and they function normally until you reconnect with your pet. Because this prevents the circumstance of, I have 6 injury boxes, I give 3 of them to my bear, I leave my bear back at camp and I go out to scout ahead, and then I get stabbed and I fill up 3 of my injury boxes, and then suddenly I get stabbed again and my bear dies despite not being in the same scene. Right? So that kind of, that I think is a way to it's a little bit of a hand wave. So I want to see how that works. So assuming that you're in the same scene as your pet, whenever you pay in blood, whenever you take damage, you either give it to you or them or yourself if they are involved in the roll. If your available injury boxes are full, you must apply all damage to your pet's injury boxes, even if they're not involved in the check. If your pet's injury boxes are filled up with wounds and or injuries, they instantly die and you reclaim the filled injury boxes. If this means all of your injury boxes are full, you also die. Okay, so that's all health. That's all just pet health. How does gear... So for every injury a pet has, they get a -1 to any rolls to support, to assist their handler. Pets, for every injury a pet has, they get a -1 to any roll to assist their handler. Pets rarely roll. Pets should not be rolling checks outside of this. So I don't know how exactly the whole game is on the mechanics narrative axis, but I personally would do it as long as it is narratively logical. You can apply an injury to your pet. That's something where I understand from a game dev perspective, there is just kind of like a, oh yeah, just narratively, it makes sense, just do that. I personally, as a designer, I prefer to add specific mechanics to it because I know how stupid people are. And I say that with love. I say that where people are going to misinterpret what it is. People are going to argue about the rules. The more ambiguous it is, the more people are going to complain about it. And the more explicit you lay it out, you can just ignore that if you're the sort that wants to do a narrative game. Whereas if you're the sort that doesn't want to do a more narrative game, you kind of need it to be explicit rules. So I'm of the opinion, generally speaking, that I prefer to have a couple more rules than I need that then can be ignored because rule 0, as opposed to too little rules that leaves a bunch of people scratching their head. And maybe that's just me. Maybe that's not actually necessary. Because like I personally, I'm very narrative oriented. I'm very loose when it comes to rules. So I don't know if I need that. When we make a payment of blood, I mean, I could just do it. Whenever you make a payment of blood and one of your more pets is involved in the scene, you can choose to place the damage in either your injury boxes, theirs, or any combination of the two. If your injury boxes are full, you must apply all damage to your injury boxes. This may also apply to payments of sweat or tears, such as if they have gear. Such as if they have items. If your pet's injury boxes are filled up with wounds and or injuries, they instantly die and you reclaim the filled injury boxes. If this means all of your injury boxes are full, you also die. For every injury a pet has, they get -1 to any roll to assist their handler. Pets should, I think this is where I go. A handler can have any one of their pets assist in any low complexity roll. A handler can have any one of their pets assist in a low complexity task the pet reasonably can accomplish. For every injury a pet has, they get a -1 to any roll to assist their handler. They get a -1 to any such check. Pets should not be rolling checks outside of this. Pets cannot attempt tasks on their own and should not be rolling outside of this. Okay, so how do we fit? So if I am a creature and I have 6 injury boxes and I have my spear and I have my little shield and I have a little like vial of ether that I have as like a good luck charm, and those are all items that I use. I'm walking around 6 injury boxes. I'm making rolls, 3 items to apply to something. I think health, pet health, right? And then pet mechanics, right? And then I think it's just pets may be able to use certain items that are built to ease their pets are able to use certain items that are built to ease to increase their effectiveness, such as a saddle or yoke. Like those are 2 very simple or armor. Any item a pet uses counts against their handler's number of item slots. As a creature, you have 3 item slots. That indicates how many active items you can use during rolls and that you can use during rolls to get bonuses. So if I have a spear, that would be an active item, so it would be an item slot. I can use it to stab people, right? Yolk? Yeah, eggs have that. Yeah, I think like the goal of the pets is not to be like the super in-depth mechanic that takes multiple pages to explain. The goal of pets is, how do you get a pet? How do you train your pet? What can a pet do? A pet can assist you in tasks. And pets can easily I think acclimated and domesticated pets. I think just domesticated pets. I think domesticated pets may be able to use certain items that are built to increase their effectiveness, such as the saddle or armor, any item a pet uses. So, like, if you're not a domesticated pet, you can't do that. Die for your pet. We need to add in that mechanic. Pets can easily handle other more narrative roles. Pets can easily accomplish other more narrative functions as per the GMs. As per the GM. Broadly, a pet should not be autonomous and relies upon the commands of their handler. You don't want an armored wasp jetpack bear? Okay, coward. So, I think... How do we make the mechanic you die for your pet? If you're... Or what if instead of domesticated... I don't think it'd be tamed. I think would it be domesticated or tamed pets? I think it's tamed pets. Because tamed requires being acclimated or domesticated. Right? And tamed is like the highest temperament. So tamed pets may be able to use certain items that are built to increase their effectiveness. Bro, this flag. It's dying. This is the flag that I brought all the way coast to coast. This is the flag that I went to New York City Pride. I found it in the subway. Everyone abandoned it, so I picked it up. It is like twice my height, and I brought it across the coast, and now it lives with me here. So now it is falling for like the 10th time since I put it up. What kind of flag is it? I'll give you one guess what flag I would bring across the country after finding it at a New York City Pride. It's gay. So if they instantly die and reclaim the filled injury boxes, if this means all of your injury boxes are full, you also die. Should your... What do you keep it up with? So it has one of those... It's like this. It has one of those rings here. So I have a adhesive strip that has the hook. This has not fallen. This has been beautiful. It's doing wonderful, sweetie. You're doing great. Over here, tape. So we'll do like that. And the tape usually lasts like a month, and then it just kind of like falls apart. You're in doubt between the non-binary flag and the trans flag. You're gonna guess the trans flag. It is the Progress Pride flag. It is the rainbow flag. Progress Pride flag. It is the one with the triangle. This one. And so it has this little hole up here. Right? And it has like this little like ring of metal there that you can hook something through. And I think it might have one down here. But it is too long for my room. So I have it horizontally like this, which is where it's supposed to be anyway. If I wanted to hang it like that, I would need to rotate it 90 degrees, hang it from both of these, and my room is not tall enough for that. When I say this is a huge flag, I mean I want to say this is 2 meters by 3 meters. Maybe 1.5 meters by 2 meters. Like it is as tall as I am, which is about 1.5 meters, and longer than I am tall. So I would say probably guessing 150 centimeters by 250 centimeters. Might be an actual pole flag then. Yeah, probably. I've used thumbsticks for stuff like that before, the flat ones, to know if that's feasible. I mean, it probably is. The issue is that I live in America, so the walls are all like poster board, meaning that there is no support if I puncture it with like thumbtacks. Yeah, like this is like a big flag that someone else was holding on to, and then they dropped it, and then someone behind them was like, hey, you dropped your flag, and they're just like, nah, don't worry, you keep it. And then the person who like was gonna hand them back their flag is like, well, I don't want it, so they just walked past it. And I was like, yoink, because the flag was abandoned. And I love New York City, so I have a New York City subway flag. So, I think if your available injury boxes are full, you must apply all damage to your pet's injury boxes. You may apply further damage to your pet's injury boxes. If you choose not to, you die. If any item a pet uses counts against their handler's number of item slots and may be damaged by a payment of tiers as per normal. You should just have, instead of filling your pet's own health, you can choose to fill in your own and die. Your pet can make a skill check. So do we want it to be that you like give up your health boxes, your injury boxes to your animals? Or do we just want it to be every time your animals take damage, you take damage? Because the way this game works, the way injuries in this game works, is I make a roll. I fail. I get offered a payment by my GM. My GM says, hey, you can take a light payment of blood, or you can take a severe payment of tears, or you might take a severe payment of sweat, or a light payment of tears. Like there's blood, sweat, tears, and you're always going to be offered a light version of one, a severe version of another. I choose I want to make a payment of blood. Therefore, I take injuries. I take wounds. I take whatever the GM throws at me. And if it's light, then it's not going to be as worse as the severe. So I have control over when I take damage most of the time, which means I'm not like super scared of my creature dying, because I can just not choose that. If I'm offered like, hey, do you want to take a severe thing of blood, or do you want to take a light thing of sweat? I might take, okay, I'll take light sweat. And then trees, which were like reinforcements are arriving, those get advanced, right? Or it might be a light payment of tears, and I choose the light payment of tears, and I lose an item breaks, or I have a narrative event that happens to me. So damage in this game is not like the enemy rolls a crit and deals like 2 injury boxes to me. This is opt-in. So you kind of choose when your animal dies. When you must make a payment of blood, when you make a payment of blood and one or more of your pets is involved in the scene, you can choose to take the damage in either your injury boxes, theirs, or any combination of the two. If your available injury boxes are full, you may apply further damage to your pet's injury boxes. If you choose not to, you die. If your pet's injury boxes are filled up with wounds and or injuries, they instantly die and you reclaim the filled injury boxes. If this means all of your injury boxes are full, you also die. Right? And then so you have the ability, if your available injury boxes are full, you may apply further damage to your pets. If you choose not to, you die. They keep your injury boxes and you die. And the reason I have to specify that is because in this game, when you die, there's actually 2 things that can happen. In this system, when you are confronted with death, you either face it with hope or you face it with horror. And the hope horror thing is basically your coup de grace, Why is this not? Oh, because I was looking on the wrong one. So this is just like the little like splash page. This is just the little quick start. So a creature dies when their injury boxes are filled with any combination of injuries and or wounds. When this happens, the player can declare if their creature reacts to the death with hope or horror. If it's hope, you describe what goal you want to accomplish. You may attempt a number of tasks equal to a number of tasks equal to your focus. Gain a bonus to each check that aligns with their stated goal. They describe what inspired hope in their creature at the end, such as through a monologue. They die. Horror, they describe what motivates them to struggle until the end. They lose all focus and go feral. They may attempt a task plus an additional task for every wound they take. Gain a bonus to each check that aligns with their motivation. They collapse when their injury boxes are filled with injuries. They describe what inspired horror to their creature at the end, exclusively via narration. They die. The reason this is important is if I have 6 injury boxes, I fill up my 3, and then I have to take more damage, I can choose I'm not going to give it to my bear. And then I die, I react with horror. I don't have 6 injury boxes to play with, I only have 3. So I might have 1 injury and 2 wounds, my 3 injury boxes are full, I die. I can take 1 wound, a 2nd wound, and I'm done. Whereas if I didn't have the bear, I would have 6 injury boxes and I might be able to take like 4 more actions. Magnets, glue a couple to the wall. Maybe. Like we're already probably going to need to like repaint and retouch up some of this stuff. Because like just living in a space with the landlord special before you move in means that they did a coat of paint over everything and that was like basically it. So like I imagine that all of us are probably going to need to paint our walls. At least patch them up. Okay, so I feel like the goal of having a pet is having a pet. I feel like the mechanics are secondary. I feel like even if it kind of sucks mechanically to have a pet, that's fine. A handler can have any one of their pets assist in a low complexity task the pet can reasonably accomplish. For every injury a pet has, they get a -1 to any such check. Pets cannot attempt tasks on their own and should not be rolling checks outside of this. Tamed pets may be able to use certain items that are built to increase their effectiveness, such as a saddle or armor. Any item a pet uses counts against their handler's number of item slots, and may be damaged by a payment of tiers as per. May be damaged by a payment of tiers. As per normal. Pets can easily accomplish other more narrative functions as per the GM. Broadly, a pet should not be autonomous and relies upon the commands of their handler. Tamed pets may be able to follow more complex upon the direct commands of their handler when not commanded. Otherwise, they react on instinct. Upon the direct commands of their handler. Otherwise, they react on instinct and their mood. Is there a help action that's already in the rules? Yeah, so the help action in the rules, if I look up low complexity, assisted checks. Sometimes a creature assists another with a difficult task. This can be as simple as distracting a target or as complex as jointly working together to construct a shelter. When attempting to assist another creature, a player assisting first describes what they're attempting to accomplish. This might be any of the following. You can try to make lower the difficulty from improbable to possible or possible to easy. You might grant a +1. You might make it that if they do succeed, they fill in more nodes on a tree. Or you might let them re-roll one of their dice. And then if it is a low complexity task, so most tasks fall under this, they simply have to be physically able to do what it is. If it's high complexity, it's tasks requiring communication and coordination. They need to be able to communicate with one another, and if they are not of the same species, it is more difficult. So no matter the complexity, if an assisting creature succeeds their role, they assist the other creature in the way the GM agreed to previously. So your pet might say, okay, I want to make this roll. I want to stab this guy. I have a wolf with me. My wolf is going to simplify this task because it was possible. My wolf is going to make it easy by distracting it. Now my wolf is going to roll. And because it's low complexity, it can be easy, possible, or improbable. What does the wolf roll? What does the wolf roll? I think the wolf, because like generally in making a task, creatures roll 1d12, or if it's part of their title, 2d6. I think what it is that it is, can have anyone with their pets in low complexity tasks the pet can reasonably accomplish. Pets always roll 1d12 for this, though tamed pets roll 2d6. Most pets roll 1d12 for this, though tamed pets roll 2d6. For every injury a pet has, they get -1 to their check. Because normally, as a creature, as a sapient, oh my gosh, my model broke. It's such a weird angle too. Normally, you roll 2d, or you roll 1d12, and you're trying to get a 7+ is the breakpoint. And then a 2d6 is what you get when you are like notable, when you are helpful, when you are your job description aligns with it. I am a warrior, that is my title. I'm trying to stab someone. I roll 2d6 because I'm way better at stabbing people than the average person. I am a builder. I am trying to build something. I roll 2d6 because I'm way better at building than the average person. Your animals, your pets, are always just going to roll 1d12 unless they're tamed. Your animal is going to have like a 50-50 shot of making this, unless they're tamed, in which case they suddenly have way better odds. I was considering giving your pet a title, but okay. Pets roll 1d12 for this. Training. Any animal that is friendly can be treated as a pet, where its trainer becomes handler. Animals that are tamed actively seek out a handler if they have none. To transfer ownership of a pet. When a pet becomes tamed, it is assigned a title representing its training. A title, and then I need to look up the specific phrasing. Title, sorry. A task that defines it. So a defining task. A title representing its training as well as a defining task. These are used in when a pet becomes tamed, it is assigned a title representing its training as well as a defining task. These are used in a pet's title and or task may be changed over a full scene of training. Right. So I want pets to be way easy. I want pets to be easy. And so it's going to be pets roll 1d12 for this unless they are a tamed pet whose title unless they have a title or task or defining task that is applicable. Right, so it's the idea of I want pets to be easy. Most pets, friendly pets, that they're just normal. They're just 1d12. But once it's tamed, once it is second generation, third generation, it's tamed, it is like actually being able to be trained, it can use items, it gets a defining task that is after you're trained it. Maybe a pet can be tamed with a purpose in mind. Yeah. I will collect pets until my character has 0 injury boxes left and I die of having too many pets. The reason I say 2 injury boxes, because you die if you fill up all of your injury boxes, which means that gaining a single wound with 1 injury box means that you instantly die, unless you like give more wounds. I mean, you could below 1, because like if you go down to 1 and then you take a wound, you can just give it to your pets. So I suppose, yeah, you cannot reduce yourself below 1 injury box. The rush rooms after forming a large enough circuit. Notice you are 1 trainer and proceed to maul you. It is funny that we just randomly were like, yeah, let's make this like the Farfel. Let's make it have a bunch of 3s. And then that set the stage for everything else in the environment, like having this weird mimicry or communal orientation of like not being solitary. Just have, yes, you can die from having too many pets. It's your choice and it's fine. Yeah, I think you cannot reduce yourself below 1 injury box. That is basically the, okay, you can kill yourself by having too many pets. Sure, I'm not going to stop you. Questions about pets. So, how do you get a pet? I find a pet, it has an angry mood, its temperament is hostile, and it is wild. I managed to, through some clever role-playing, I managed to get it from angry, hostile, and wild to now it is frightened, withdrawn, and wild. That allows me to continue to work with it. Do I start with 2 successes or do I start with 1 success? I think 2 successes. I think I have to add a clause where, because I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking. I encounter a wolf. By the current rules, I can make 1 check per cycle to train it. It requires a full time slot or scene. If it's hostile, it's probably trying to stab me or run away. So how do I do this? I kill all of its friends, because obviously that's how every wolf adoption begins. And it is alone and it is scared and it might be injured. And so I don't murderize it and I make a check. I get 1 success. Raw, I have to wait a full another day-night cycle for trying again. At which point I feel it is reasonable to say the wolf would like leave or fight or whatever. Why would you kill the pups? They're animals. The men, the women, the children. I slaughtered them like animals. Can I pet the glass storm moth after helping it with... Wait, I don't think I can help it with anything. It's too cool on its own. So I think that that's not a flaw in the system. I think that when I roll, you saw before, if I'm assisted by something, that might give me an additional success. So if I'm attempting to turn a hostile wolf withdrawn, I think it's reasonable that I can only try that once. And if I don't get enough successes too, it doesn't work. I think that I need the 2 successes, and if I only get the 1, it doesn't function. I could alternatively say, this can be attempted multiple times per cycle, and often within the same scene. Right, so I think that hostile to withdrawn is kind of the one that needs the signpost that says, you can try this multiple times. Like if you see a hostile wild animal, you can try multiple times. And then once you get to withdrawn, that's when it's like, okay, now you have to like once per cycle train it. And intimidation with a glassstone moth hanging out with you behind you got to be easy. I'm going to try to think of obtuse questions. What if my pet is sent off to fetch a thing and is caught alone by a predator? Does the GM just decide the outcome of that fight, or can it roll on their own? My instinct is that's narrative. Why make that a roll? Right? Because if I send my pet out and it gets caught by a predator, the GM did that for a narrative reason. So it should be a narrative outcome. That's my thought process. But I also think that it's reasonable to just be like, yeah, they can roll. Like it's if it's related to their command, if it's related to their training, if they're tamed. If not, it's just 1d12. Thank you for the follow, Camcordyceps. So we have pet health, what pets do mechanically, and how to train pets. I think that's all. And pets have a defined weakness that make it so that it is suboptimal to just spam a bunch of pets. Despite the fact that you can have pets which will assist you with things. Despite the fact that pets will be able to give you bonuses in addition to normal item slots. You have to give up health for that, which is risky. So I think we're pogging with that. Do we want to continue working on pets? Or I was thinking like an hour and a half, and it's been about an hour and a half. I want to check out alchemy again. Different creatures may utilize ether in order to create elixirs. Each elixir is made up of a base, an enhancement, and a series of ingredients to impart an effect. They are crafted in certain catalysts following cooking instructions. Are you making a TTRPG? I am. An elixir's base determines the form it takes and how to imbibe it. This is a Stone Age TTRPG where you make an entire species, and it's very exploration oriented. So we just did a pet taming system. We also have an alchemy system set up. We have different biomes that we've made on stream. It's real fun. And magic is fading from the world. So stuff like alchemy is not going to stick around for very long. It is a Stone Age civilization species builder, a la Spore, where magic is fading and evolution needs to catch up. Yeah, Stone Age Spore, but xenoflora and fauna and magic is fading. So an elixir's base is the form it takes and how to imbibe it. Water is often used as a means to make consumable potions, whereas flour can be solid elixirs that are eaten, or oil to use elixir tonics and ointments applied to the body. Common bases are water, flour, oil, kindling, bitter swillibees. In elixirs, enhancement determines what galvanizes the reaction process of the ingredients. Pure ether is the only known enhancement for effective elixir use, though many other alternatives have been put forward. Whether they create diluted effects or simply don't work is unclear. Pure ether always requires being taken straight from a source of ether directly or being stored in a closed ether-proof container. This is to say, in my game, me running it, everything else other than pure ether is snake oil, which means when the rift closes and ether fades, there is no more alchemy. However, whether they create diluted effects or simply don't work, that's up to you. If you want using gold flakes as an enhancement, and that actually literally allows alchemy to work in your setting, by all means, do it. What kind of system? Die, coin, weird stuff. So it is a system where you have to roll 1d12. And if it is related to your title, your job, like if you're a warrior and you're stabbing someone, 2d6. A 7+ is a positive result. A 6- is a negative result. However, there are 3 difficulties of rolling. There's easy rolls, where you don't even need to make a die roll. There are possible rolls, which if you get a 7+, it's a success. If you get a 6-, it is still a success, but you have to pay a cost. You like take damage, or a tree, which is like a clock, or talisman from Cain. Those advance, or maybe you lose an item. Like some negative thing happens, it's a yes, but. And then you have improbable checks, where a 7+ is you succeed, but you make a cost. It's as if you got a 6- on possible. And on a 6- on improbable, you just fail and you make a cost. So it's a very fail-forward system. So common alternatives: blood, gold flakes, carrots, pollen. An elixir's ingredients are what provide the elixir its effects. It's unclear what causes an ingredient to possess certain effects, though it's clear that ingredients may intermingle and change one another's... What? On the elixir, trial and error are the most effective teachers. Diced mushrooms, mashed fruit, ground teeth, powdered stone, boiled fur. Weird ingredients like boil and mash them, stick them in a stew kind of stuff. An elixir's catalyst is the physical instrument used to cook it. There are a variety of catalysts, most often tied to the base. A cauldron most often uses water, an oven uses flour, a pan uses oil, and a still uses alcohol. Each catalyst broadly accomplishes one particular task, with multiple often being required for complex elixirs. Common catalysts are a cauldron, oven, pan, a still, a pipe. A catalyst's preparations are the instructions on how to actually use it. A given catalyst always has between 1 to 3 preparations that must be done for the entire process of making the elixir. Each individual elixir always requires the same preparations regardless of the elixir being made. So an individual cauldron might need that you need to stir it over heat, soak ingredients through sieve, prepare only at night. And then actually making the elixir is you make a list of ingredients. You create a joint completion and combustion tree with each possessing a number of nodes equal to the number of successes. So that means if you get 1 success, you mark 1 in completion. And then if something bad happens, you mark 1 in combustion. If combustion fills up, you can't do completion. If completion fills up, you can't do combustion. Completion is good, combustion is bad. Choose an available catalyst and a base to go in it, cauldron and water, pan and oil, that kind of deal. Add a number of nodes to the combustion tree equal to the catalyst's durability. The more durable your catalyst, the harder it is for it to blow up. So that means if you invest resources into your catalyst, you are safer in elixir making. Add the enhancement to the base. That's your pure ether. Using pure ether that was not properly stored increments the combustion tree by 1. Using alternatives will likely cause a fizzle. Add any number of ingredients, explaining what you intend for them to do and why they will work. Every ingredient increments the completion tree by 1. If adding ingredients with conflicting properties at the same time, increment the combustion tree by 2 for every conflicting ingredient added at that time. Then increment the combustion tree by 1, and the GM may increment any tree other than combustion, completion, or if closure tree by 1. So what this is that I have 3 ingredients. I have roots, and I have ground up teeth, and I have leaves. I throw my leaves in. I increment my completion tree by 1, and then after that, I increment my combustion tree by 1. And the GM increments any other tree by 1. So for instance, if I am trying to make a potion while a storm is going on, and I need to complete the potion by the storm being over, the storm might have a 3-node tree. I need to complete it by the end of the storm. Or if reinforcements are coming and I need to run, if a fire is approaching and my catalyst is going to be destroyed, I might have a other different tree advancing in the background. Repeat steps 5 to 6. So I keep adding more and more ingredients. If I just throw everything in at once, it might explode. If I take my time and add them one at a time, that means that other things are going to be advancing in the background because I'm taking my time. And then once the completion tree is complete, I make a check. Any catalyst used in the process may count as an item and create bonuses. So again, I can get a +1 to the roll. I can make an additional success. I can make it easier if I want. You gain a number of uses of the elixir equal to your successes rolled. And then each elixir takes up an item slot, but comes with its own storage for independent transport. Making an elixir takes an entire scene or a passive time slot during travel. Some elixirs take longer, but do not require active tending past the first scene or time slot. Generally, no individual elixir takes longer than a night. If you have made the exact same elixir before, using all the same ingredients in the same catalyst, or are being guided by another creature who has, you may automatically complete the completion tree at the GM's discretion. I have made a potion of flight by having ground up teeth and leaves and roots all thrown in a cauldron that I have to stir over the span of an entire night. If I make that again with the same ingredients in that same cauldron, you following the same steps, I can skip all of this because I already did the fun exploration bit. Now it's just rote memorization. Properties. An elixir's effects are entirely dependent on what ingredients are added to them. This inherently is an unknown in soft science where word of mouth and alchemical elders are the best repositories of knowledge around. Every ingredient has between 1 to 5 properties and 0 to 2 properties it conflicts with. So this is where I am thinking of swapping this. This is the section that I think I'm gonna change, because instead of making it so every individual item has properties that they're a part of, I think what I do is I relate it. So so the catalyst is more like a magic catalyst from Dark Souls than a substance that activates, speeds up the reaction. Exactly. Potion of opposable thumbs made of phalanges from the Phalangefeld. So what I'm thinking of doing, every ingredient has a property it is associated with. Every ingredient has a property it is associated with. And then this is going to be tied into my magic system, which is the constants / dichotomies. So the constants are 6 representations of things in my world, or 6 representations of like fundamental aspects of my world. That's going to be what's the first one? It's presence / absence, but what that's called: physicality, spirituality, essence, energy, drive, and continuum. And each of those relates to, like, continuum is time. Continuum is temporal passing. So that might be something that is like a anti-aging cream. Something that makes you look more youthful might be continuum. Something that helps regulate emotions might be drive. Something that helps you physically stronger might be physicality. So I think instead of having specific traits, I think I just make it 6. And every ingredient has a property is it associated with. So every ingredient has a property is associated with. It also has one trait it's is most commonly associated with. Because what it could be is that they all have a property that is like, oh, this one is physicality. So like this one would be physicality. And then Screaming Thieverbeak would be like spirituality. And then the Swillabee Pepper might be like essence. And so we do that. And then instead of conflicts, it is a specific trait. Right? And so they each get like Nevermole Teeth is really good at increasing your, I don't know. Potions are weak. We use elixirs in this house. Exactly. Well, because the thing is, elixirs can be potions. They can be edibles. They can be like smoke and like smoking, like tobacco. They can be ointments that you apply to yourself, oil that you cover yourself in. I wanted elixir to be a generic term that can be potions, but can be something else. I think because like this is very narrative. It's also entirely prone to abuse. Like, and that's something where I, as a GM and player, probably wouldn't abuse it. But I also recognize that if I'm making a system for other individuals, I can't rely on myself and my running experience. I need to rely on what the average player is going to do. Potion seller, I'm going into battle. I need only your strongest potions. My potions would kill you, traveler. They're not fit for a beast, let alone a man. The GM will... It's entirely up to the players to discover and explore the alchemical properties of the world and to remember them. The GM will only explicitly confirm them during the elixir making process if they conflict with one another. Oh, I know. So we can have it be each has a property and affinity associated with it. So this will be physicality, and this can be so. Okay, you tell me. You tell me how we're feeling here. So in my setting, we have constants, which is physicality, spirituality, essence, drive, continuum, energy. And of this, we have presence/absence. We have creation/destruction. We have life/death. We have emotion or passion/apathy. We have continuum or progression, regression, and we have magic/mundane. Chinese elixirs are often a round pill that needs to be prepared and then basically fired in a kiln in some cases. Yeah, I want this to be like, I want this to have a mixture of like Western and Eastern, like alchemy, but also just kind of like mysticism. Because again, this is like a Stone Age TTRPG. This is not supposed to be, I don't want to say advanced, but this is not supposed to be a robust magic system where you can understand everything about it. It's supposed to be weird and wacky. I like the once you experiment once and or read the recipe for a particular thing, you no longer need to just make it. You no longer need to roll. Yeah, so you do need to roll. However, you roll to determine how many you make. Like, you don't need to go through and add the same ingredients in the same way every time, because at that point, like, that's not fun. The fun of alchemy, in my opinion, is you are experimenting. You're throwing random stuff together and seeing what sticks. And the goal is that you should be experimenting. And so if you figure out, okay, if I add in like ground Nevermole Teeth and Screaming Thiever Beak and Swillyby Pepper, I get a potion of fire resistance. If I need a potion of fire resistance, I can just throw that in because I remember it. So Score Sap Continuum progression, since its fumes are used for divination, do we have we could have a divining oil. Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm thinking, property, affinity. It also has one affinity. Okay, so this is where we get into, do I want to bring out the Wuxia Web? Because the way magic works in my world, you take one of the constants and, or I suppose I should do. So you take one of the constants. So I might be a user of physicality, and I will cast it as either a presence or an absence. And I have means of my world. I have means of my setting that indicates how two spells interact with one another, depending on if it is positive or negative, or positive and positive, or negative and negative. So if a presence spell interacts with a destruction spell, because one is positive and one is negative, one is the positive aspect of physicality, one is the negative dichotomy of spirituality, they will interact differently than if it was the positive aspect of physicality and the positive aspect of spirituality. I'm now imagining a cauldron specifically grown Vetrige mosaic. Yeah, that's exactly the sort of thing that like I want you to be able to do. Like, that's exactly the sort of thing that is like, oh, it's a super rare Vetruje cauldron that allows me to do weird stuff. Like, that's literally the sort of stuff. Like, this is much more biopunk than I expected. The setting has gone significantly more biopunk, but I think that's a good thing. Because, despite being a Stone Age civilization TTRPG, it is still about magic, it is about magic fading, and it is about the loss of this biopunk in favor of bronze punk, effectively. So I now have to ask, do I make it so that it also has one affinity it finds offensive? It conflicts with. Or do I make it has one property? Gosh, I don't want this to be like again, I keep saying this because I have a lot of mechanics in the system. I have a lot of mechanics, and the goal is not to make this a game where you have to constantly look up the rules just to play the game. The goal is to be like, hey, this has an alchemy system. How do you do the alchemy system? Let me spend 3 minutes reading it. Okay, I understand the alchemy system. I might need to check the alchemy chart when I play the game, but ultimately I understand how alchemy works as a concept after like a 1-3 minute read. Same thing with pet taming. I want pets to be able to be, you spend 3 minutes reading the pet rules, and then you maybe need to check up, wait, how do I do like health boxes with pets? And then you check and you're like, okay, so injury boxes, I split up my 6, I gave it some, cool. Can there be a punk in the Neolithic age before there was much in the wider authority to rebel against? So this system has wider authorities you can rebel against if you want. You've been working in a game of your own where the magic system is all item based, allowing any character to use magic should they want. Awesome. I mean, that's basically what this magic system is. This is an item-based magic system where it's all elixirs. You don't have to be a wizard. You don't have to be an alchemist. You don't have to be a special caster to like use this. You can just do it. So every ingredient has a property and affinity is associated with. It also has one property it conflicts with. So I think this would be like property. I think there are some cases that are weird, like mixing creation and death. Like you can create a bomb and say, as Oppenheimer did. I think it would be really fun to be like, hey, mixing creation and death is really weird. What about this? What about this? What about this? Every ingredient has a property and affinity is it associated with. It also has one property it conflicts with. And then I say, I explain what all of them are in like a sentence. And so this would be affinity conflicts with drive. Right. So this is a situation where ground nevermore teeth are physicality, specifically presence, and it conflicts with drive. And like this is right. Okay. So this conflicts with spirituality. Swilliby peppers. We'll go energy. Or we'll go spirituality, and we'll go destruction because they're spicy. And it conflicts with continuum. So now, what this is, how do you read this? If I add ground nevermore teeth to a potion, to an elixir, it's physicality, specifically presence, and it conflicts with drive. I'm going to write in a quick key of what presence means, and a quick key of what life means, and a quick key key of what destruction means. And so suddenly, if I add in Nevermole as well as Screaming Thieverbeak, I would probably get an elixir tied to physical robustness. I would probably get an elixir that is about bolstering my physical presence and my physical life force. I think there are some cases that are weird. Yeah. Zombies are dead creations too, or death but given life. Conflicts is kind of simpler, but everything mixing with everything in some weird way, even when seemingly opposed, is kind of cool. I want this to be able to blow up though. Like a core part of this system is I want it to be able to just blow up. And that's why we have the combustion table. So if adding ingredients with conflicting properties at the same time, increment the for every conflicting ingredient added. Welcome back, everyone. So I want this elixir system to be able to blow up. I want it to be dangerous. I want things to not be able to mix together. So I think what this is that they each have a property, they each have an affinity, and they each have a conflict. So if I mix at the same time Screaming Thieverbeak and Swillowbee Pepper, it's more likely to blow up. However, I can still do that, and I still get a like life destruction thing. How does that work? We'll figure that out. So I think what we do is I take every ingredient has a property and affinity is associated with. It also has one property it conflicts with. This conflicting property does not have any effect on the... does not impact the effectiveness of the elixir, but makes it less stable in the creation process. And what an ingredient contributes to the elixir is dependent on its affinity. These are broad, flexible associations that... These are broad, flexible associations that are intended to give multiple related effects. These are broad, flexible associations that are intended to give multiple related effects. It is up to the GM how far these can be pushed, but the players are free to make what assumptions, to suggest anything in the elixir, in the alchemical process. And then I think this is where I go physicality, and then this would be presence is associated with with the physical form, strength, and locomotion. Associated with I mean, like, they're called presence and absence. It's about presence. It's about absence. What do you want, right? Like, associated with physical form, strength, and locomotion. Associated with a lack of sight. Like, if you want an invisibility potion, that would be absence. If you want something that would blind someone, you would use, like, a poison of absence. If you want absence to take away pain, you could do that, right? Is associated with removal, lacking, and or stripping of properties. Weird mixing of a harder suggest. I think that gets too complicated. I think it's just like if it's weird mixtures, they explode. And if you manage to not make it explode, then like bully for you, you know? Because again, I don't want this to be a chore. I want this to be fun. And I think the more you're like, oh, well, if you add X and Y, then you have to make a Z check. But if you add A and B, you have to make a C check. And if you have a C check, that actually relies on skill set D instead of skill set E. That ends up not being fun. That ends up being 3.5. That ends up being Pathfinder 1. That ends up being really crunchy and appealing to only a very specific niche, right? So I think making something... I think what I do is I give some examples of it. So I think... increasing physical form, teleportation, increasing physical strength, teleportation, making something louder. Invisibility, pain nullification. Invisibility, pain nullification. Below are some examples of what the affinities might contribute. So physicality, presence, increasing physical strength, teleportation, making something louder, invisibility, pain nullification, making something quieter, right? Like, I don't want this to be like a... Because it's weird. I want these to be elixirs, not spells. Does that make sense? I don't want these to be, oh, you get access to just magic. It's more so by imbibing it, you affect yourself with it. So you increase your physical strength. You can teleport. You can make something louder. You can go invisible. You can nullify pain. You can make something quieter. I think something like teleportation is too much. I think invisibility is too much. I think those are spells, right? Invisibility, making something quieter, silencing the drinker, removing pain. Intent as a part of creation is fun and weird. Like, in the intent, you bring the spell. Yeah, exactly. A weakening poison kind of... yeah. I mean, I could do... I could just make them all decreasing physical strength. Intense... pain poison, right? Intense pain, making something louder. What keeps players from making life or homunculus? I mean, nothing. Nothing. Like, how would you do that though? Like, if you want to make life in your game, you could make a little, like, rock homunculus dude. I say, why not? So, how see, the issue is that this is me trying to make a significantly lower powered version of a magic system that I already have established. And so I'm trying to figure out how to balance that and how to present that, I feel. So, I could do, they're just increasing physical strength, applying pain, removing pain, making something louder, making something quieter. Why not make your own dancing rock dude? Exactly. I think I do like increasing, applying, making. So I think that this is like increasing the size of an object, applying, because like this is supposed to be very fluid. This is supposed to be very This is supposed to be explicitly flexible, where if I use creation to do something that you think I would need to use presence for, I can probably still do it. That's core to my magic system. But if you make your dancing rock dude, is it a being or a pet? Depends on if it's sapient. If it's sapient, then it is not a pet. If it is not sapient, then it can be a pet. That's my answer. Maybe the cauldron use can only fit so much before you just can't add anymore. I mean, that's the thing. Like, what would you as a GM say? Okay, you want to like make life. You want to make a little rock dude. You better come up with an interesting like recipe, because this is all explicitly a conversation between the GM and the player. This is all the player can do theoretically anything, so long as the GM allows. So creation, like increasing the size of an object. Creating increasing the size of an object, extending the elixir's longevity. Repairing, healing. How would you make a potion that temporarily removes the need for food and ether for a very limited amount of time to stave off hunger? Often the effects of an elixir will grant one or more of the following effects. Grant a bonus to some checks, turn an injury into a wound, or heal wounds entirely. Gain a temporary trait, change the user's appearance, substitute the need for energy consumption or sleeping for the cycle, any other inherited effects. I don't see why you can't have it be just like, oh yeah, I add in some life stuff. I'm going to substitute need for food, right? I think that's totally reasonable. Presence, increasing physical strength, applying pain, making something louder, decreasing physical strength, removing pain, making something quieter, increasing the size, so decreasing the size of an object. Corroding, repairing an object, corroding an object. I think this is where we do extending an object, an elixir's longevity. I don't think that, like, destruction, it wouldn't help to, I mean, could be canceling? Could be canceling, destroying the effects of an elixir. Because how would I communicate here? I add something with a destruction affinity to an elixir. Then my elixir is more likely to have a property that destroys your elixir, as opposed to destroying my elixir. A water condensing potion that you like spray in the air in a little rain cloud to get some water. Oh my gosh. Neolithic speed. I mean, you could make a super stimulant. Yeah, absolutely. Like, again, I don't want this to be a hard science. I want this to be up in the air and just kind of like, I mean, combating other elixirs. I actually don't think this would extend the elixir's longevity. I think that would be something where that'd be a magic mundane thing, right? And I think that this would be extending an elixir's longevity, resisting an elixir's effect. If I do this, that, and that, and that, and that. If I do that, and that, and that, and that, and that, that, that. Okay. Decreasing size, increasing, repairing, decreasing, corroding, spoiling. And see, I think spoiling an elixir's effect, most people reading that would be like, oh, if I add this to my elixir, it's going to spoil it. I don't want to add that to my elixir. And they, like, that's how I think most people would read it. Destruction potion giving you an effect that rejects other effects away. Can you make one that's a panacea for disease? Like, I actually want to do something. Increase focus, decrease distractions. I want to indicate that I want to indicate that even though these feel like opposites, increasing physical strength, decreasing physical strength, applying pain, removing pain, increase focus, decrease distractions. Functionally, these are the exact same thing. And that's the point. I want it to be that if you're clever and if you are like willing to play ball, like your GM is like willing to play ball with you, you can have anything do anything reasonably. Increasing size of an object, decreasing size of an object, repairing an object, corroding an object, healing wounds, removing disease. Right? Substitute need for food, increase speed. What if I do substitute need for food? This is X decrease speed. Slow the need for basic needs. Substitute basic needs. Slow the need for basic needs. Life, destruction, absence, a healing element that rejects that which will remove life. I mean, maybe. That's zinc and brass, push, pull on emotions kind of deal. I mean, I thought of this before I read Mistborn. That's all I'll say. So I think that this is heal, rejuvenate, heal wounds. Because, like, I think this is like inflict wounds, heal wounds. You feel? Because like life, death, clearly. Increase speed, substitute basic needs. Inflict wounds, decrease speed, slow the need for basic needs. Lower the need for lower. How would you use death to stave off your need of hunger? Because I feel like you lower your metabolism so much that you don't actually need to eat right now, right? So like life is, it's like filling me with the energy that I would have gotten from ether or food. Whereas death, I feel like is I lower my metabolism so much that eating a single piece of bread can sustain me an entire day. Like that's my thought process. That's my interpretation of this. So how would I communicate that? Death, doom. No, so I know life got 2 substitute foods. I was swapping it around. So heal wounds, increase speed, substitute basic needs. Inflict wounds, decrease speed. Slow the urgency. I mean, maybe urgency. Lower metab. I mean, like, that feels a little too clinical, but that could be substitute need for food versus lower metabolism. Versus I mean, stop metabolism, like nearly stop metabolism. Like, I want this to clearly point out, I can use life and I can use death in the exact same way if I'm clever enough. Keep you wide awake versus sleep. That's actually really good. Caffeine versus melatonin. So that would probably be, so keep awake, put to sleep, enhance aggression, calm down, and then what is something that would be passion and apathy that is literally the same thing? I think this one actually might be increased focus, decreased distractions. Right? So what would absence and presence be? I could get rid of applying or removing pain. I could have it be increase, like enhance robustness, remove weakness. Enhance resilience, remove weakness. Potion of animal friendship. I mean, like, charm would definitely be part of passion, but like I only want a couple examples for each of them. So like calming someone down is basically the same. So continuum. This one would probably be another, like, increase reflexes or slow down reflexes. Or well, actually, both of these would, I think it's increase reflexes, whereas this one is so see visions of the future, and this one is see visions of the past. And because I like the idea of, like, regression is you slow down, and so your reflexes are basically faster, whereas progression is you speed yourself up and your reflexes are faster. I think it's a reflex one. Slow and accelerate disease. What if I do speed up healing? Revert wound to healthy state. Right? Functionally, exact same thing. Two different ways of applying magic to it. So I think you see visions of the future. So your perceived passage of time versus accelerate your reflexes. What if you rub the elixir on a projectile and it affects its velocity? React to things faster, see the world's moving slower. That could work. React faster, see the world slower. But we still need a contrasting one then. So see visions of the future. It could just be speed up, slow down, but like we also have that with life and death. I think this fits better here. Increase speed, decrease speed. Funny enough, continuum is red. Magic energy is purple, continuum is red, drive is orange, essence is green, spirituality is yellow, physicality is blue. So funny enough, continuum is literally red. So let's heal wounds. I mean, like, screw it, like, create life. Just like the founding Gork and Mork intended. Exactly. So essence. We can heal wounds. And so It's about animation, it's about stillness, it is about life, it is about death, it's about activity, it is about stillness. Absence. Boom, the stuff is color coordinated now. How about baking that into the dot? Well, no, so Dotsy, that's not a now thing. That's like that's been a thing. And I should probably say that. Oh, did night vision fall under? Presence? Perhaps? I feel like, so night vision is something where like you could reasonably say that like most of these could do night vision. Night vision for like presence could be absence is removing the darkness. Presence could be enhancing your vision. Creation could be seeing light where there is none. I don't know, like continuum could be seeing like visions of a time where there was light kind of deal. You mean continuum was intended to be Orcs Red? It wasn't intended to be Orcs Red, but like for like actual years now, since like before I started this channel, that has been the color combinations of these. So the fact that progression is red and red makes you go faster is kind of really funny. So I need essence. Heal wounds. Substitute need for food. Nearly stop metabolism. Increase flexibility. This is gonna be weird. This is gonna sound really weird. Increase flexibility. Restrain in place. That's like a really weird one. My thinking is that in reality, night vision is based on amplifying your body's natural perception of light, and the light that exists in a given area. So what affects light? Well, so if it's your perception, then it would be anything that affects you internally, which could be any of these, right? Remember, this is magic. Like it's not literally tied to particles and waves. It is vibes, really. Energy, extending the elixir's longevity, resisting an elixir's effect. Detecting ether, destroying ether. What's something that is both magical and mundane? I think I like most things in here. Changing traits, altering your form. Right? Wait, so evolving new traits, altering your form. Right, because that's kind of like, this is evolution, this is magical transformation. They're both basically the same thing in the setting. You could create an alchemical flashbang, yeah. Death being like grant hardiness as opposed to flexibility. I mean, we could do applying pain, removing pain. Animating an object. Restraining something in place. So heal wounds, animating an object, substitute need for food, inflict wounds, restraining something, slow down metabolism. So how do we feel about that? How do we feel about all that? If we go format and we go paragraph or columns, and we do that. The 3 seems to be a bit much, so we can instead do the 2. How's this feel? Hey, Sai. So mechanically, how do these things work exactly? So what this is? Alchemy. We make an elixir. We go through this whole step of process or whatever. We add in a bunch of ingredients. The ingredients that we add all will have a property and an affinity associated with it. And then also have a property it conflicts with. And then what an ingredient contributes to the elixir is dependent on its affinity. These are broad, flexible associations that are intended to give multiple related effects. It's up to the GM how far these can be pushed, but the players are free to suggest anything in the alchemical process. Below are some examples of what affinities might contribute. And I'm going to... Ooh. Criminy. So, physicality. This is a property that has presence and absence as two affinities underneath it. Presence increases physical strength, applies pain, has a motorcycle driving nearby, right outside my door, that literally just set off a car alarm. This is not the first time this has happened. Enhances resilience. Absence decreases physical strength, removes pain, removes weakness. So it's the idea of they can do the same thing, but they can also do opposites. That better not be my car. That better not be my car. It's never been my car up until now, but every time I hear a car go off in that direction, I assume it's mine. I'm going to be very cross with you, motorcycle man, if that turns out to be my car. I need to check out the window. I'm so sorry. Jolly days. It is not my car. Your own magic system sets off car alarms in my vicinity. Yeah, and I would set off car alarms in my setting too, if I could. I wonder if you could add in an element of randomness to the process. I like randomness. I feel like this is already random enough feeling, because when I add in an object, how do I know its presence? How do I know its creation? How do I know its passion? I've heard that ground nevermole teeth are associated with physicality. Do I know if it's presence or if it's absence? And so I think what it is that it's the randomness here, the fun of the thing here is exploring what the settings are going to do, like what the ingredients are going to give you, because you don't know going into it. It's not like saying, oh, you have all this information available. This is just a couple properties that you can have. You might go in knowing nevermole teeth are physicality, but you don't know what their affinity is, you don't know what their conflict is. It's entirely up to the players to discover and explore the alchemical properties of the world, and to remember them. The GM will only explicitly confirm them during the elixir making process if they conflict with one another. So like the whole point of this system is, I don't know what this is, let me throw this in, see what works. I say I'm throwing in ground nevermole teeth, screaming thiever beak, and swillyby pepper, and I want to make a potion of flying. However, presence, life, destruction, spirituality conflicts with spirituality. Like, is presence, life, and destruction the sort of thing that would give me a potion of flying? I mean, screaming thiever beak is from it's from like a gliding creature. But ground nevermole teeth is from like a very subterranean creature. Swillyby peppers doesn't really have anything to do with flight. So maybe this doesn't give me a potion of flight. Maybe this gives me a potion of resilience. Who knows? And I think that this is the sort of thing where I might have to add in a guide for GMs to better kind of guide what they're doing. And what I might do is I might make a quick chart. I might make a quick chart that's for GMs only, where it's just like, hey, if they have a presence, and a life, here are some examples of what it could do. Like every time you add in presence, it's more likely to do this. Every time you add in destruction, it's more likely to do this. I could have it be like that. Who knows? Who knows? The effects of an elixir should be dependent on the ingredients used. The duration of those effects will usually not exceed a single scene, and an elixir must often be used within 3 nights before it fizzles. Some ingredients may extend its duration by a scene, or longevity by another night, with multiple extending it for far longer. Adding multiple copies of the same ingredient will strengthen that ingredient's concentration in the elixir, but rarely has a drastic or compounding change. Often, the effects of an elixir will grant one or more of the following for the elixir's duration, depending on how many ingredients are used. I said these before. Then designer's note, the extent to which elixirs can impact the game is entirely dependent on the game you are playing. In some groups, elixirs might function like healing potions without any obvious downsides and an ease of production. Others might require Eye of Newt of a sinner under twice bloodied moons, causing a terrible affliction after consumption. Neither is inherently more true to the system of alchemy depicted above. Do what your group thinks is cool, just remember this is an opt-in system and its power should be inversely proportional to its commonality, and should never feel fully understood. As the GM, GMs might feel pressured to maintain some degree of consistency or coherency to the alchemical system. It is okay to have it feel random so long as it isn't literally random. Magic is currently fading and the world is in flux. To have the system... magic is currently fading and the world is in flux. Some things won't work the same way twice. Right? So GMs might feel pressure to maintain some degree of to maintain consistency or coherency to the alchemical system. It's okay to have it feel random so long as it isn't literally random. Magic is currently fading, the world is in flux. Some things won't work the same twice, and the players just have to deal with that. Right, so this is basically me just saying, hey, if you use it more commonly, they should be less powerful. If you use it less commonly, it should be more powerful. And don't worry about consistency or coherency to the magic system. It's okay to have it feel random as long as it isn't literally random. Magic is currently fading and the world is in flux. Some things won't work the same way and the players just have to deal with that. Do what feels right in the moment. And failing an elixir. When an elixir combusts, you must make a payment where both choices are severe. You must then make a second payment where both choices are light. The elixir then fizzles. Fizzling. A fizzled potion is ineffective and any ether and ingredients in it are destroyed. If the preparations are not followed through the entire process, the elixir will always fizzle. The elixir will also fizzle if a base is used in a catalyst that does not support it, such as water in an oven. All elixirs fizzle if not imbibed by the time their longevity runs out. Some ingredients may change their properties after being used in an elixir that fizzles. Some ingredients may change their property or affinity after being an elixir that fizzles, meaning they are able to be used in future elixirs despite in their new form. Right, so I like the idea of like, I discovered that if I take like lemongrass and I toss it in a cauldron with this other thing, and then I don't use pure ether in it, I destroy the lemongrass, but the lemongrass becomes this like weird, like powdery, clumpy clay. And then that powdery, clumpy clay acts as a great ingredient for a different recipe. So suddenly I have an intentional fizzle that I'm trying to do. And I think that is a fun mechanic that's just like entirely optional and is entirely like, hey, if you want to do that, go for it. So yeah, this is elixirs. Yeah, I think you need to map out the ingredients at some point in the process, or you'll hit a wall where you or hypothetical players are lost on what's supposed to happen. Because the goal of this is to, like, this is a narrative framework. Pets are pretty mechanical. Alchemy is pretty narrative, right? The goal of alchemy is not to have a... the goal of alchemy is not to have a firm rule set. And if you understand it, that is a failing of the alchemical system. The alchemical system needs to be whimsical. So I think that's that. It has been 3 hours, just about. Guess what? That means that we're finally going over to the platonic dating sim that is on the title of the stream. Woo! That's the wrong one. Don't worry about it. Renpai. Okay. So, that was a nice little diatribe. I think that now we go software and game development. And then I have to put in software and game development again because OBS consistently doesn't actually update my stream whenever I update it. Cool. So in case you don't know, we have a system here where we are making a visual novel that is a platonic dating sim. You are a GM that joins a new group, and in the new group, you are running for 4 weeks as a temporary GM, and you are trying to make a relationship, a friendship with the various players based on how you run the game. And at the very end, there's going to be a convention that you want a con buddy for. This is a platonic dating sim. You are making friends, and by making friends, you are attempting to... By making friends, you are attempting to... What's it called? You are attempting to find love of the platonic variety. So I think this is GM. I'm not going to play the tutorial. We've already gone through the tutorial a whole bunch. How do you handle interplayer conflict as a GM? I increase tension. A week has passed since the first session of the new group. Well, it was more of a session 0 that had some adjoining gameplay, though it got the characters introduced to one another. The party's first fight was with some thugs sent by the Thieves Guild, a simple fight that helped the group learn the mechanics. They then had a tense standoff with the guards from House Malka that were nearly arrested. Player 3 barely talked the guards down, relying on buffs from Player 6. The party nearly got into another fight with a random drunk where Player 2 stabbed him. The session was running long, so you had the drunk throw a final insult and wander off. All in all, a successful first session. Now, most of the way through session 2, the party's on the precipice of another fight. I hate swamps, caves too. Why'd you wait until we were outside a swamp cave to say that? Not a complainer. Oh, sure you're not. My character isn't, at least. And then we've gone through all this, so I'm just gonna skip ahead. Drop and speed things up. It defends the territory. And player 1 did a thing. So, who is staying after every single session that you run for this game? So, for instance, here it was like, this is a bunch of orcs that you're fighting against, and then, as you saw, I chose a couple options about that they fight the orcs, and then one of the players got to do something cool. Now, they are waiting for you to choose the post-game ritual, where one person stays after to help you clean up. Seems like a perfect opportunity to get to know one of them better. It'll probably annoy whoever you choose, though, especially if they have to stay multiple weeks in a row. Who's staying after? So right now, we have 1, 2... I don't think 3. I think we only have 1 and 2. So we're going to choose 1. Oh man, I was hoping to dodge it another week. But you're always so helpful. The fact I don't want to be here doesn't mean I'll cut corners. You don't want to be here? You hate us? No, that's not... Come on, guys. We're clearly not welcome here. You sound like a high school bully. You just need a leather jacket and a pompadour. What high school did you go to if those are your bullies? The group heads out to their cars, discussing the socio-political state of the modern-day greaser. Player 1 gathers the minis and sweeps them off to the battle map with just a bit more force than you like. Gonna say anything? And I think that we like, let him be. You focus on grabbing, And that's how you know that this is an alpha build. You focus on rolling up the chip bag and clipping it closed. Player 1 continues to sweep aside the miniatures so he can wipe down the whiteboard your group uses. One of them fell over, but luckily none of them broke. Oh, whoops. I always forgot these things aren't toys. Player 3 always had to keep reminding me. I think it bothers the rest of the group how I don't treat these things like they're gold. I really just struggle to get the group sometimes, you know? What do you mean by that? I don't know, it's just... I joined the group because Player 3 invited me on a whim. I'd never heard of a TTRPG beforehand. Well, I guess I'd heard of them, but I didn't really know what they were. So this is just a cool experience to try out, but sometimes I wonder if it's just not for me. Do you not have fun? No, I do. I don't really care about if a session has lots of combat or role-playing or exploration. I just want to have fun with my friends. I'm not looking for a serious game. But even then, I just don't know how to get into character. Everyone else seems so into it. I'm glad it's not a TTRPG speedrun situation where we never got to it. Yeah. Player 2 is just here for combat. Shows a disregard for character in favor of what's fun. He does, sure. But that doesn't mean I feel any more confident in my abilities as a player. What do you mean by Renaissance Jock? So he, as a character, is not really plugged into TTRPGs or nerd culture. And so he is a quote unquote like Renaissance jock is what I call him as like a code phrase. I call him a Renaissance jock. He's into sports. He's into movies. He is into a lot of different hobbies unrelated to the TTRPG space. He is popular. He has friends. He is outgoing. He is confident. He goes to the gym. Like he is someone that like takes care of himself. He likes various different things that he's passionate about. It's just that doesn't have overlap with TTRPGs. And his arc in this game is all about kind of marrying the fact that he is like outside of the TTRPG sphere, but still a confident, cool, like golden retriever of a man. So he's a Renaissance jock in the fact that he's like a Renaissance man, but for like being a jock, so to speak. He is into more physical activities. I don't feel like they don't welcome me. They're all great. It's just you don't feel like you belong? Exactly. No matter how nice the others are, that doesn't change the fact that I don't fit in. Which is so weird for me, because I never struggled with this anywhere else. Back when I played lacrosse in university, I could be best friends with anyone else who joined the team. At work, I'm the one who asks my coworkers to go out for drinks, and most of them say sure. Even when people don't like me or close off, I can kind of just accept that that's a them issue and not a me issue. So why? Well, maybe because you're new at this. There's no reason to feel shame when you're just starting something. Player 3 mentioned you were the most recent person to join a few months before me. Yeah, and I hadn't expected to last much longer than a month. Well, you've been here longer than I have. That's certainly more than a month. I guess I'm just nervous is all. And there's nothing wrong with that. I know. Doesn't make the feeling go away though. Well, if you need some coaching, I got you. What, like private lessons? And this is a platonic dating sim, but there is a romance option planned for each of them. So if you roll with it, that is a romance flag. And the goal is that you can meet with any of these characters 3 times after each session. So you have the sessions where you talk to everyone, and then you also have like after each session, there is like a one-on-one. If you roll with it, that is a romance flag. You need to roll with it. You need to have 2 romance flags before you can date a character at the con. It depends on if that work. Do you respond to the carrot or the stick? He thinks about it for a moment. I like carrots, but a cool stick can't be beat, so I'd go with that. We aren't on the same page, are we? GM? Don't worry about it. You good to keep cleaning up? Oh, shoot. We were totally wrapped up in conversation, weren't we? I was hoping to get out of here like 10 minutes ago. Not that I don't enjoy your company. You head out then. I can wrap this up. You head on out. No way. I was selected this week, so I won't hang you out to dry. I'm serious, player 1. This isn't my tradition. It's player 3's. I don't mind if you have things to do. Well, if you say so. Thanks. He hurried out the door, leaving you to the table. Despite his force, player 1's assistance actually made things go faster than you'd ever by yourself. So his absence made the final cleanup an absolute crawl by comparison. Eventually, though, you managed to turn in and have a quiet night. Renaissance Jock really had fun. Guard Dog Femboy had a good time. Team Mom enjoyed the session. Player 4 enjoyed the session. Player 5 didn't really have fun. Player 6 didn't really have fun. Okay, so now we're going to go back. And now we're going to see player 2. Somehow I knew it would be me. You see that every time you're selected. In fairness, you kept it on a cycle. It was on a cycle? It felt more like you just chose on a whim. Well, her whim was based on an emotional cycle. I resent that on multiple levels. The group heads out to their cars, discussing how predictable something needs to be in order to be considered a cycle. Player 2 wipes down the whiteboard the group uses as a battle map, sliding minis out of the way when necessary. It seems as though he just wants to clean up and get out of here. If he's not interested in chatting, might as well put on some music. You open an app on your phone and connect to the speakers you use during the session. What genre is it? Let's go metal. The playlist begins with Inflicted with Sickness by Bothered. The pumping drum beat leads to a wicked vocalization that startles player 2. You scared me with that. He leers at the phone, reading the band name upside down. This is just noise. Too much for you to handle? Never said it's a bad thing. As the music fills the silence, you two finish up your cleanup quite quickly. Well, that was quick. I figured it would take longer. Normally it does. Player 3 would always talk about the session with me. Well, I can't say I don't plan on doing the same. You should have picked up by now that I'm most interested in combat, particularly the sort that are seriously life-threatening. I'm not a big fan of social encounters, which is why player 3 would constantly hound me about them. What's not to love about them? In combat, you can win. As long as the dice don't go against you, you can beat anything. With social encounters, they're just not as fun for me. It's harder to understand them when they're not on a grid. Even if they're still dice? Dice help, I guess, being in character too. Makes it feel less like I'm the one failing. I get it. It's always easier to blame bad luck. right? I have no idea how to handle an argument. You argue plenty well with the rest of the group. Some would say too well. That's all jokes, though. It's not... Serious? Yeah, I guess. It's way easier to stand up for someone else than to go to bat for yourself. I can stand up for you. I always find it easier to make a fool of myself on someone else's behalf. I wouldn't say I'm making a fool of myself. Well, I would, but nothing wrong with that. Either way, I've got you covered. I'm not sure this would be fair for the other players, what with you being our GM and all. Run with it, or not in game. Run with it. When the group decides to gang up on me, you just gotta step in. And what, I get special treatment like free magic items? I never said I'd play favorites. Then what's the point of, if anyone causes you trouble, I'll just beat them up. Well, that's no fair if it's one-sided. Who said it was one-sided? I'd expect the same from you. Alright, we have ourselves a deal. But this really is gonna have to wait, because I have to get going. Really wasn't planning on getting grabbed after the session. Sorry about that. We even finished cleaning so soon. It's fine. I really gotta go. Thanks for chatting. As player 2 left, you wound down and retired for a quiet night. And then we go back, and I think we have player 3. I don't know if Arrow's being Arrow, or if I just grew up in a place where the median person had the intellectual curiosity of a patch of dirt. That thought wasn't as complete as it felt in my head. How is Arrow being Arrow? What did Arrow do? Again? I suppose it's only natural. Seems a bit unfair, don't you think? Not really. You must have cleaning up down to a science at this point. Seriously? She'd always make us do the work. What are you on about? I'd always have to fight her just to help out. The group heads out to the car, arguing about player 3's contributions to her after-session cleanups. Player 3 turns to you. So, what do you want help with? Can you clean up the snacks? If you start with snacks, I can clean up the minis in the battle map. Really? I figured you would have thrown the hardest work at me. I think you're forgetting you've yet to run for me. I don't resent you yet. Ooh, then when can I start resenting you? Nope, not allowed. Nope, I'm beyond resentment. Oh, so you can resent me, but I'm not allowed to resent you? Just about, yeah. I'll settle on a simmering hatred instead. Or maybe I'll just wait until I run for you and kill your character. Character death. What? I'm just thinking about the game I'm supposed to run. What happens if a character dies? It'll be a learning experience. They'll learn what it's like to lose a character, and you'll learn what it's like to kill one. You're not going to lose friends because of the dice, I promise you. Friends? Oh, sorry, I was talking about the game I'm running at LitCon. Right, the whole reason for this mini-campaign. You're that worried this far off? Do you know why I had to take a month off of running to prep for it? Why? I'll be running for the Dragon 9. Ah, yes, them. I know all 9 of them. Do you seriously? The Dragon 9 are a group of pro players who go around the convention circuit stress testing modules live. Their whole appeal is they're munchkins. They love breaking the game within the rules as written. There wasn't any module the convention could get its hands on, so my friend and staff asked me to help out. Wait, you're making a module? That's right. That's awesome! I'm sure it will be great. How much are they paying? Oh. I'm just helping out my friend, so I'm not getting comped. That's alright though, because it's fun, it's just a little stressful. So I'm glad to be able to be a player while focusing on the module. I can help. I can help with the module if you need. It's on you to make it, but I can playtest? I appreciate your concern, but this is just something I have to lock in for. It's really not a big deal, just will take some time. Well, let me know however I can help you with it. Body doubling, playtesting, idea generation. I wouldn't want to... None of that. Just let me know if you need something, okay? Okay. I'm here for you the whole journey, so that means you can lean on me whenever you need. Though that's reliant on you making time for me. Obviously, I won't skip on the games. I won't rent the 2 of us, but sure. I'd hate to miss nerding out with you. I assure you that it'll be fine. But thanks for the vote of confidence. Player 3 checks her phone and starts towards the door when she sees the time. I'm so sorry, but I wasn't expecting to be here this late. I really need to... I gathered. Don't worry, I can finish cleanup. You're a lifesaver, GM. Hurried out the door as you finish up the last of the cleanup tasks. With the silence that follows, you can finally turn in for a quiet night. So, that is what we have so far. She needs to learn to value herself. Yes, she does. Just the way the characters talk, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Guard. That sounds like a neutral thing. I'm concerned what you have. So what I will say, I have instantly clocked the fact that you tell me if this feels the same. You tell me if you feel this. I feel as though the romance option, the romance flag for player 3 was significantly flirtier than with players 1 and 2. Did you pick up on that? Or was that just me? Because that might just be me in my own brain. Hello, Azu. Welcome on back. Thank you for the sub. I feel as though player 3's romance flag was much flirtier and much more explicit about like wanting to spend time with them. Whereas with player 1, it was just kind of like a euphemism that didn't really go anywhere. I think that's because I wrote player 1's first. Player 2's was kind of cute. It was kind of like, oh yeah, we'll look out for each other. So I think what I do is I go back to player 1's after session. You did not pick up the romance flag for player 3. Player 3's romance flag. Player 3's romance flag is you're here for her versus you look forward to it. So maybe I need to make this more explicit because I want it to be subtle. I want it to be something where it's subtle enough that it's not obtrusive, but it's obvious enough that like if you want to romance her, you would say like, yeah, you're here for her, as opposed to like you look forward to it. If you want to romance player 2, run with it versus not in game. Like you're leaning into the joke. You're leaning into the like, oh well, like I didn't say I'd play favorites, but like, like I'm gonna beat people up if you need it. Like that's the sort of thing that I was going for. Being there for anyone just feels like you gotta do for a friend, and that's why I don't want it to be like, I love you, I kiss you. Like the goal isn't to make it like, oh, you're actively pursuing this person. It's more so just you're there for them in whatever that means. And I think depending on if that work, I like carrots, but a cool stick can't be beat, so I'd go with that. I kind of love the fact that he just doesn't pick up on it. So I think that what we do is I'm more meant in terms of if you prefer being praised or punished. And then I think he goes, why would I ever want to be punished? And then that's where you're just like, we aren't on the same page, are we? So it's something where it's flirty, but it's not explicitly like, I love you, right? And that's what I want to avoid. I want to avoid the I randomly just love you situation. So player 4. Player 4 is going to... gosh, player 4 also didn't pick up on the character stick. Maybe my writing is too subtle. Maybe I'm too good at writing. Okay, so player 1, I was hoping to dodge it another week. But first off, I gotta take you. I gotta do you, and I gotta do player 4. Player 4 is... we have an ad currently. Player 4 is just a chill tomboy. Has an inability to take life seriously and goes out of her way to bring levity to her friends, but she never connects on a deeper level because she's terrified of that intimacy. Her arc is going to be first after session. Something serious comes up that she immediately pivots away from. You have the option of asking her about it, and she pivots it away again. And she generally just has a good chatty time with you, talks about what she's interested in from the game, and is overall just like a pleasant person to spend time with. But it's made clear through one, maybe a second interaction in this after session that she is not here to like talk about her life. She is not here to like get to know you well. I think it's in after session 2 is where she has something come up that it kind of like she can't dodge it. So you have a brief conversation about something that's important to her. I think after session 3 is where you have a full-blown conversation about like, hey, here is something going on in my life that like I don't like talking about. And again, this is, you met these people a couple weeks ago. You're running a D&D game for them once per week. You're not going to be best friends. You're not going to learn their deepest, darkest secrets, but you are going to learn like, hey, I'm really struggling with finances right now. That's not something I'm comfortable talking about with people, but because we've met up like 3 times now after game. Yeah, I'll tell you about that. Because I know you now. I can comfortably tell you, yeah, I really am struggling with my friend group, right? Like that's the sort of thing where like, that's not something you hide from everyone in your life except your most trusted confidant, but that is something you're probably not going to tell a stranger. You're not going to tell an acquaintance. And player 4's con event is going to be, she goes to an event that a friend wants to, but leaves early because she has a panic attack. And I think what it is that it's this friend of hers is like dragging her along to like a concert at the con. And she loses her friend. She's at this concert that she doesn't want to be at. She doesn't know where her friend is. She's surrounded by people. She has a panic attack. And then at the con, you have the option of like enjoying the concert, going and finding her. And most people are going to go and find her. And she's going to be like, no, just like, I'm fine. Leave me. It's whatever. And as a good friend, you will be there for her. Like, that's the sort of thing that I'm thinking. Feels fast escalation, flirty, but maybe I'm just a prude or something. Well, so it is. And that's why I didn't write that initially. Like the carrot and the stick. So like, what, do you want some private lessons? Make a joke about private lessons of just like, oh, do you respond to the carrot or the stick? And then he gives an actual response of like, I like carrots, but a cool stick can't be beat, so I'd go with that. I more meant in terms of if you prefer to be praised or punished. Why would I ever want to be punished? And like, he's just not getting it. He's a himbo. He does not pick up like I feel like player 1, the fantasy, because again, this is all platonic, this is all friends, this is all GMs. The goal is not to like date these people. However, there is an option to date, or at least express interest in. I think that it won't, like, the romance flags don't end with you dating. The romance flags path end with you, like, the end with them flirting back and like expressing interest in you. Because again, this is a month. This is not intended to be like, hey, we're falling in love after meeting 4 times. This is intended to be like, oh, I like your vibe. I'm interested. Which I think is reasonable if you are in a social environment with someone and you're spending time together outside of like privately, you go to the con together. I think that is acceptable. Even if some comments like, you know, why would I ever want to be punished? We aren't on the same page, are we? So, player 4. All of these begin with the group arguing and leaving. The group leaves after like 5 dialogue exchanges. So, player 1... oh man, I was hoping to dodge another week. You were always so helpful. And then they head out discussing greasers. So, okay. Player 4 reacts like, I dodged player 3's gaze for the past month or so. I guess I can't complain. Resigning yourself to a fate worse than death. I think this is where player 6 goes. Appealing to authority. And then player 5 I think this is player 5 goes resigning yourself to a fate worse than death. Player 2 goes submitting to so quick to I like the idea that they're all talking about it like it's some horrible, awful thing. And in reality, it's literally just like silliness. It's just you have to stay after like a little bit longer to help out. So it's resigning yourself to a fate worse than death. So quick to walk into hell. Appealing to authority won't save you. Am I the only one that never saw this as a chore? Seriously, now I'm starting to feel bad. And then this is where we say the group head out to their cars. The group head out to their cars, the group head out to their cars, insisting to player 3 it's not actually that bad. I think player 4... What does player 4 do? Player 4... So player 1... I think everyone but player 3, because player 3 is the former GM, is like, hey, what do you want me to do? I think everyone else just kind of like starts cleaning up. Player 3 sets aside the minis and starts putting away the snacks. After am I the only one? Something like all laugh can be cool, but if they really like to keep up appearances of this running bit, I don't know. I think it's funnier where they all leave and player 3 is genuinely like, did all of you hate this? And then everyone's like, no, player 3, you're fine. Player 4 sets aside the minis and starts putting with snacks. Okay, player 2. If weak equals... Okay. So I can do this. I think player 4 goes, crazy session. And then if week equals 1, because there are multiple weeks available to this. So if week equals 1, if week equals 2, if week equals 3, and else, which means that if it's equal to 4, this is to indicate they're going to address something that happened this current session. They're going to comment on something that happened in the session just to make it feel more lively. Random question, but do you have a favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon is Charmander. Not Charizard, not the line. Literally just Charmander. Because Charmander, I grew up with Pokemon Blue and Pokemon Yellow and Pokemon Stadium. And so, like, Gen 1 is my favorite gen. That's the only one that I've played consistently. And I would always choose Charmander, despite the fact Charmander was literally statistically the worst starter to choose at least for the early game. I think Charmander is actually a very good choice, particularly particularly in Blue, because there's not very many fire types. I think there's like 5 fire types. There is Charmander, there is Growlithe/Arcanine, which you can't access in Blue. There's Ponyta/Rapidash, which I think you can access. You have like Hitmonchamp, which can get like Fire Punch. There's Magmar, which you can only get in the island. That's like the 7th gym. Like I genuinely think that Charmander is a very good choice in terms of like getting a fire type in your roster. But just Charmander, I love Charmander. And actually, I participated, or I on my own time, participated in an event that was going on with some people I knew, where I shiny hunted for a Charmander, and I used a game where like the odds were slightly better, and I missed the Charmander that was shiny twice. I did it twice, and I skipped it twice because I was in such a flow state of just like grab Pokeball, fast forward, reset. Grab Pokeball, fast forward, reset. And I skipped it like twice, and then I eventually got it, and then I did nothing with the save. Okay, Charmander isn't competitively viable, but I can name a Charizard as Arrow writes. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Everyone I heard talk about Charmander says the Pokemon stuff did work to make and keep Charmander feel like a cool Pokemon. And I gotta say, it works on me. That's the thing. Pokemon is obsessed with Charizard. And I think a lot of people hate Charizard as a result. I don't disagree. I think Charizard as just a big dragon is cool. Is not nearly as cool as Pokemon wants to make you think it is. I just like Charmander because it's a cute little fire lizard. And Charmeleon was always really annoying to me because Charmeleon was like edgy in the anime. Which, to be fair, so was I. But not in the anime, but I was just edgy as a teenager. Crazy session, eh? What did I have player 3 and player 1 address? Did I not have player 3 address the session? I mean, they have different stuff that they address. They don't all need to reference the session, I suppose. Player 3, I think, is... Or player 4. Crazy session, eh? Honestly expected we'd have to kill those orcs. Can't really say... I thought we'd be negotiating with honestly can't say we'd have to honestly expected we'd have to kill those orcs. Can't really say I thought we'd be negotiating with them. And then the wolf combat was easy. But those orcs really came swinging. Even if it was a swing and a miss. Okay, so that's that. Now, she has addressed the session. And I think this is a menu option that you get. Where she says, crazy session, eh? Honestly expected we have to kill those orcs. Can't really say. I thought that we'd be negotiating with them. The wolf combo was easy, but those orcs really came swinging, even if it was a swing and a miss. And I think... Do I just have her, like, say based on her mood how she feels about the session? What is she like? Player 4. Fine with combat. Doesn't like socializing. Likes exploration. She likes breaking the game. She likes finding weird mechanical loopholes. She likes being a weirdo and being a bit of a munchkin. Though I would have preferred to be able to... Though I would have preferred to be able to... What does she say? So she's just kind of like making conversation about the session. Crazy session, eh? Says something that happened in the session. Though I would have been preferred to be able to bend the rules some more. And then I think this is where we say, she bent them plenty. Pass. Versus You'll keep that in mind. Because the main thing about the first after session you have with someone, this is where you only have 4 sessions total, but ultimately it's really like not everyone's going to be available every week. So the first like after session you have with someone, they are going to always reveal what they're interested in. So she is going to say, so you're going to say, she beat them plenty, which is you say, I was hardly able to keep you in line with the rules. I was hardly able to keep you in line with the mechanics. And yes, bend the rules with the help of my prototype, loophole finder o-matic. It fits to say it's based on mood. I mean, I could have these based on mood, right? But I'm a big fan of, I like small changes to dialogue, and it's only when programming and writing that I know how much effort it takes to make those small changes to dialogue. And it really is literally just time. It's not effort. It's not complicated. It is easy. It is just a time sink. It is just the fact that I could spend 20 minutes going through and adding a mood if else statement where it's, if you're above this mood, they say X. If they're below that mood, they say Y, and add 1 or 2 of those to each after session chat. And then that just makes it slightly more responsive to you, which I might do in the future. But at least for right now, I just need to get through it. I was hardly able to keep you in line with the mechanics. You'll keep that in mind. I'll keep, I mean, I don't want to just repeat what it said, but I'll make sure to give you the opportunity going forward. From what I've seen, you hate rules. And I think player 4 says, what are you on about? I love rules. Breaking them, that is. And like this would kind of be perfect for a flirty option. I'm not gonna lie, this would be perfect for a romance flag. But I think that this is gonna be I don't really I love exploration and puzzles, since they're the perfect way to just screw with the world. Player 3 tended to keep them more serious, which just isn't that fun. I think this is where we go bam. And we go keep them more serious, which just isn't that fun for me. Right? So this is her saying, I love exploration and puzzles since they are the perfect way to screw with the world. Tended to keep them more serious, which isn't that fun for me. I love exploration and puzzles since they're way easier to screw with than social encounters. Right, so she doesn't even mention combat because she doesn't care about combat. It's that she likes exploration, she doesn't like social encounters. And I think this is where you can say, Finding a skeleton key that can open walls, would that be fun for her? Oh my gosh. And I think this is where you can say, haven't you tried breaking social encounters? Or can't you break social encounters? And this is where we go, what about combat? And I think you can also just say, and that's why we play TTRPGs. And so you say nothing about social encounters means you can't break them. Nothing about social encounters means you can't break them. It's just social engineering rather than puzzle pieces. Can't help but notice you didn't mention combat. Then I think she goes, I can take it or leave it. Just miss me with that it's do or die mentality. To ignore the roleplay elements. So it's about social engineering rather than puzzle pieces. Do we just make this entire group autistic? Like, do we just make all of them neurodivergent? Because we had player 2 express difficulties in dealing with like how to handle social circumstances. Player 1 feels like he's not welcome even though he's surrounded by friends. Player 3 really needs to like learn to just kind of like deal with her own problems instead of pushing her like solving on other people. Hey Sanok. And then we have player 4 be like, yeah, but like people are scary. No, I think that she's chill. Statistically plausible. It's just social engineering rather than puzzle pieces. I guess. I don't think that she has really a response to that. I can take it or leave it. Just miss me with that it's do or die mentality. So overdone. And that's why we play 2. That sort of freedom is exactly why we play TTRPGs. See, you get it. When I play a game, I don't really care so long as I don't really care what it's about so long as I have fun. Deep lore or complex mechanics can be fun. But there's nothing fun about them inherently. I just want to kick back with my friends and see how far we can push it. I think this is another response where it's and how do we respond to this? I just want to kick back with my friends and see how far we can push it. I think this is where we pivot into a more serious thing. This is where you ask about or see how far we can push it. I deal with enough serious nonsense at work. I deal with enough serious nonsense at work as it is. I think this is where, well, you know what? I think player 4 deals with kids, and when you deal with kids, you learn about a lot of stuff that really screws with your mental health. Because you know, like if you are like a tutor, or you're a teacher, or you work with special needs kids, even if you're not like in an environment where like you're like helping troubled kids or whatever, literally just like any kids, you're gonna hear stuff that like makes you sad. You're gonna like hear struggles that they're going through, whether they're bullied, or whether they're struggling in school, or whether they're being neglected at home. Like, it's gonna suck. And so I think player 4 works with kids. And I kind of don't want to fall into the stereotype of like women do be caretakers, but like it's kind of naturally arising that someone who just doesn't want to deal with serious stuff in their off time has a very serious main job. And I don't know if she has something that is more like she's not gonna be like a 911 operator, right? It could be something that like she herself is being exposed to trauma, but I kind of like the idea that it's like secondhand stress, right? You know how passively toxic your local area is, no matter how hard they try to let the ripples. Yeah, like, so I think I deal with enough serious stuff at work. What do you do? Or actually, no, I think what it is what do you do? Work with kids. I think this is where she dodges. I think she says like work with kids. Any other details? Nothing interesting. And I think this is her like clearly deflecting. And I think this is push it, back off. And I think this is literally just like this has no real outcome outside of just like, are you the sort where like, come on, there's gotta be something to talk about. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how boring my life can be. But didn't you say it was serious? All jobs are serious. Mine isn't anything special. Like, I don't think that you can learn anything here. I think that this is entirely like learning that like she doesn't want to talk about it. She is deflecting. I guess that's why if it's so uninteresting, I guess that's why you're a problem child here. Hey, I think that like it's like a, well, if it's so uninteresting, I guess that's why you're a problem child here. And then she's like, hey, player 4 does give a laugh after her does give a laugh after the indignation passes. Incoming hard boundary here, cross at your own peril. I mean, basically, it's like, hey, she clearly doesn't want to talk about it. Although I don't think I'm going to make that explicitly clear. Hey, if it's so uninteresting, I guess that's why you're a problem child here. Hey! All jobs are serious. Mine isn't anything special. I think that she gives a non-answer. I think that she says, I just hear, I just, are we thinking teacher? Are we thinking child psychologist? Are we thinking she's in fitness and works with kids? Are we thinking special needs? Are we thinking social worker? Are we thinking, I mean, like, could be a corrections officer even. So I just, I think that she just moves on. I don't think that we address what her job is right now. So nothing interesting, blah, blah, blah. All jobs are serious-minded and anything special. She pushes it back to the game. What does she bring up about the game? I think that the only thing that would be good in perpetuity would be about her character's backstory. But back to the game. Back to the game real quick. Okay. When are you gonna include... gosh. Her name's currently Elena, is her character name's backstory. When are you gonna include my backstory? Your backstory? The one paragraph that said Elena is the one paragraph that had no proper nouns listed in it. Yeah. I think this is the menu choice, and like, how do you deal with this? I'm finding that she's much more of a brat than I was expecting, and that's what I love about writing. I love discovering my characters are brats. Just like how I discovered that player 3 has no self-respect. So yeah. When are you gonna implement? When are you gonna implement all 100 words of it? Is this a menu choice? I think this is, yeah, when are you going to implement all 100 words of it? This is a mini campaign. This is a mini campaign. Local middle school teacher is a brat. I think you've discovered a new genre, Arrow. This is a mini campaign. What makes you think I'll incorporate it at all? I could have sworn, I kept it short, just for you. Just for me. Not because you hate character writing, and this was the best you could do. Correct. I don't know. I just love the idea of just like someone boldly to your face, just being like, when are you gonna implement this? The thing that you put no effort into? When I think this is the romance flag. How do we make this a romance flag? How do we make this? Like, I don't want it to literally be like, oh, are you gonna put her in her place? Because that's kind of weird. Like, this is your friend. This is someone you're trying to befriend. But this is something where it's just like, it can be like the romance flag is allowed to be a little flirty. That's basically what it is. It's a flirty option more than a romance flag. So this is a mini campaign. What makes you think I'll incorporate it at all? I kept it short, just for you. Just for me? Not because you hate character writing and this was the best you could do? Correct. You don't believe her? Play along. I think that's where we do romance flag. Because she wants to just have a fun time. She wants to just like enjoy herself. She's screwing around. She's not like too fussed about like being serious. So I think this is where we go. Player 4, romance +1. So you don't believe her. Something tells me, and this might just be the fact I'm an empath, that you aren't telling the full truth, the whole truth. Is it the full truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The full truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I have no idea what might give you that impression of me. And then this is where we go. I actually already did. Didn't you notice? Oh? You never gave me names. So I came up with them myself. Because I think that the entire conversation on Player 4 is just lighthearted. I think the entire thing of Player 4 is that, like, you start hitting that, like, oh, this is very clearly a boundary, back off, and then it goes immediately back into lighthearted, and then you never gave me their name, so I came with them myself. This whole game is built on a foundation of 100 words. So if I make changes to my backstory right now, that'll change the game? I would rewrite the campaign for you. And then I think that's where it ends, because I think it's like the bit has been played out. You get to play the bit with her. I think you share a laugh. You share a laugh with Player 4. As much as I'd like to continue indulging you, it appears my work here is done. She gestures to the empty table. To the empty table. Need anything else? You're good. Thanks for... you're good. Thanks for the assistance. Well, hopefully... Actually, what if I just... Hopefully I wasn't so good. You'll select me again. What if we make it the romance flag's actually here? Right? So it's... Hopefully I wasn't so good, you'll select me again. only her. So like, what if we swap it so it's the idea of like, oh well, don't. I hope you're not selecting me again, and you're just like, she's up next. Because basically it's expressing interest. Again, it's not like I love you. I'm expressing interest in you, even if it is jokey, even if it's silly. She's up next. She won't have to worry about it. I don't think you'll have to worry about it. You did your time. She did her time. She's stuck here for it. She's getting chosen again. She's getting selected again. She is like, how would I phrase that? Where it's the idea of like how would you phrase it in a way where like you're selecting her every time going forward? She did her time. I don't think you'll have to worry about it. You did your time. And now I'm thinking about player 2. Player 2, I'm not sure it'd be fair to the other players. Better plan for it going forward. What if I do this one? If I remove that. And it's just kind of like a... No, I don't want to screw with this too much. Because like, if I do that, then I'd probably also go over to player 1. And in player 1, I would swap the romance spike here, which is flirty, which is the roll with it, to like letting him go early, right? And I think that I don't know how I want it to be. I feel like the better you treat them, the more inclined it should be to like be a flag. And what? So like when the group decides gang up on me, you just gotta step in. And what? I get special treatment like free magic items. I never decided to play favorites. Then what's the point of? I'm not sure to be fair to the other players. What with you being our GM and all. When the group decides gang up on me, you just gotta step in. And what? I get special treatment like free magic items. I don't really see this as like flirty though. So I would probably want to swap this if... Right, I should probably make that if weak is less than 4. Ooh, game dev. I think this is if weak is less than 4. And then hopefully I wasn't so good. You'll select me again. Hopefully I wasn't so good. You'll select me again. So I probably want this to be here then. Play along. She's locked in. Nope. You're locked in for the remainder of the campaign. I'll make sure to slack next time you select me. I don't think you have to worry about it. You did your time. I knew you would be reasonable. And player 4 heads out to her car, leaving you to turn in for a quiet night. Right? So that is player 4's after session. Now we can do player 5. Player 5 is an instigator chaos MB. Assertive and wants to constantly push the momentum forward regardless of the consequences, but they always assume what the group wants to a limited degree of awareness. They're someone who is an active force. They're actively pushing forward. They're actively being silly. And they are someone who, they just like player 4, really like exploration. They actually don't like combat. And they're fine with what's serious and silly. They are much like player 4, like exploration puzzles. And so player 5. How does this start? If you're separating responses based on week, did you push the backstory thing back a bit, or would she ask about it right before the first session? So the way this works is that every single after session can happen after every single week. The after sessions are in order. So player 4, if you call them after session, they have their first after session. And then if you call them again the following week or another week, they have their second after session. So based on my order, in week 1, I could call player 4, and then week 2, I could call player 4 again. So player 4 will always have the second after session come after the first one. However, I might also do player 4, and then player 3, and then player 4 again, which means player 4, and then I could also do player 3, and then player 4, and then player 4. So the week alignment with the after session can be any week. So what I've done is I'll generally have a 1 or 2 line reference to the current week. And at the fourth week, I'll generally, because that's the final session before the con. So if there is any kind of like, hey, are you going to choose me in the future? That only shows up in week 1 to 3. What happens if you ask for the same player every week? So if you ask for the same player every week, they get frustrated, because if week 1 I ask for player 4, they decrease their mood by 1 because I selected them. And then if they were the previous week, so I asked them week 1, I asked for player 4, they lose mood, and then I have their session 1. Week 2, I asked for player 4 again, they lose their mood from being selected, and they also lose a second mood from being selected twice in a row. And then in week 3, I call player 4 again, they lose 2 mood one more time, and then every character is only going to have 3 sessions. There are 4 weeks total, but each player is only going to have 3 sessions. I do want to add, and I don't know how easy this is going to be. I don't know how weird this is going to be. I want to add between each week a minor, like 2-minute scene that you have the option of either prepping for the following week, or you can like hop in a call with some of the characters. And basically it's just like a fun little like diatribe. It's a fun little, like, has nothing to do with the session. You see player 1 and player 4 in a call on Pandemonium, their version of Discord. And then you can choose to either work on your notes or join them. If you join them, it slightly improves your mood and you learn a bit more about them. Or if you work on your notes, you get something for the session. But if there's one player who's actually super helpful and invested in the success of the group, like an inexplicable positivity beacon, I mean, it's kind of player 3. Player 3 is the OG GM. She is the original GM. She's the one that knows you. She's the one that knows everyone else the best. And she wants the group to succeed. The group as a whole is filled with people that have their own interests. And I explicitly want it to be that they have conflicting interests. So you can't just be like, I'm going to run everything combat oriented and everyone's happy by it. That being said, I do think that everyone kind of wants what's best for each other. Like, I don't think that there's any character in here who is like a jerk about that. So, okay. Player 5, player 5, player 5, player 5. Okay. What do they talk about when we select player 5? I think player 5. Ouch. This is something I did in the session. Retributive justice isn't okay. Persistent.gm name. Come now. I did retributive justice all the time. It's a GM thing. Really? I never noticed. And then player 3 says, well, you have to keep it subtle. And then the group returns to their cars, discussing the intricacies of retributive justice. And then I think player 5 approaches the table and grabs the whiteboard. And then this is where player 5 says, if you can take off the minis, I can move the whiteboard. You going to wipe it down? No. Why? It'll stick if it'll stain if you don't clean it. Ah, shoot. I didn't realize. I assumed it would be easier to pick up next week if we left it. I was also thinking they see it as a positive, but ask you why you don't spread the love around, seeing as it means getting to know the players. I mean, that's what this is. That's what player 3 set it up as. And it's the sort of thing where the after session chats are a gameplay mechanic, so you get to know these characters better, you have private time with them. But also consider this. You sign up for a 3-hour D&D game. You play for 3 hours, 15 minutes because like someone showed up 10 minutes late and then y'all were chatting for another 10 minutes. And so, we're like 20 minutes past our starting time, so let's play a little bit longer past the hour. And then after all of that, the GM asks you in particular to stay after for another like 15, 20 minutes to clean up. I mean, that like sucks. Suddenly your 3-hour game became 4 hours, not to mention if you have any transit time. So it's one of those things where like it's annoying, but no one cares enough that they're bothered by it, right? It is -1 mood. Your mood, the characters, the players in this game, their mood changes every week. Their mood goes up and down. It's their affection, which is how much they actually like you, which is more static. It's slower to change. So, shoot, didn't realize. I assumed it would be easier to pick up next week if we left off. And then I think this is where we do the, if week 1, it would be... Though, now that I think about it, are we gonna encounter the orcs next week? They seem pretty out of the story. And then who can say? Player 5 goes, you can say. can say. What? Am I being interrogated now by my own player? Wait, this is player 5, not player 4. That's what you intended to do to me, no? I'm simply turning the tables on you. What style of play do you most enjoy? And then I think this is like a literal actual just like, what style of play do you enjoy? Lots of combat. Tons of role playing. Puzzles and exploration. Oh, how the turntables. See, exactly. And I think based on what you say, she responds and goes, or they respond because it's player 5. They respond and go, interesting. I picked up on that. And then they give their response of what they like. So it's, I can't lie. I love lots of combats. I love lots of combats. I love playing combat, and I love running it. And this is where player 5 goes. Even though it takes 3 hours, in this system, it only takes 2. And then this is where we go. I love getting into character and role playing. And then player 5 goes, I guess being a GM means you get loads of that. More than you would imagine, since I'm also playing all off-screen NPCs. And then puzzle and exploration. TTRPGs give freedom, and I love exploring the setting. Puzzles, traps, mysteries. The more the merrier. And then this is where player 5 goes, I clocked that from you running. I clocked that from you running for sure. I have a preference towards exploration and puzzles. I don't really. I have a preference towards puzzles, and don't really care about role playing, and don't really like role playing. That said, I could go either way if it's a serious or a silly game. As long as I could go either way, as long as it's a silly or serious game. I think this is where it's another choice where it's. I think this is where you can go. Same. Serious games are more fun. Pass. And silly games are where it's at. Pass. You feel the same. So you say, you, I can go either way if it's a serious or a silly game. Tone isn't really important in comparison to what you're actually playing. Call it melodramatic, but I love being invested in the game. You ever read a book? Watched a movie? You ever played a book or movie? Touche. Now I need to get the accent for that. I don't know why my window is weirdo, but if I grab touche, I need to grab touche. Touche. Games are meant to be lighthearted. I can't stand when they drag. Candy's great until you eat too much. I think player 5 is like weirdly like pretty wise. I don't know. Like candy's great until great right up until you eat too much. Whimsy doesn't make you diabetic. I think the response she gives to all of these is just like touche. Or they. I have player 4 on the brain, so I keep thinking she, her. Or she plays D&D like a Souls game. I mean, that would be more player 2. Player 2 likes combat, and he likes a serious game. So I would say that's like Dark Souls. You know? I'd say that player 5 is more of like a mad scientist. They just want to see what happens, right? They want action. They want activity. They want the game to progress forward. Tone isn't really important in comparison to what you're actually playing. Player 5, it's all a matter of the people you're playing with. But what would you call the vibe of what you're the vibe of the game you're playing? Your tone? And then this is like a small pause where it's like, touche. Tone isn't really... it's all a matter of the people you're playing. So tone doesn't really matter in comparison to what you're actually playing. It's all... right. But it's all a matter of the people you're playing with. What would you call the vibe of the group you're playing with? Their tone? Their vibe? I think that's because I want this to end on a touche. Tone isn't really important in comparison to what you're actually playing. Right, but it's all a matter of the people you're playing with. Right, but it's more a matter of the people you're playing with? What would you call the vibe of the group you're playing with? Their tone. The game's tone. The game's tone. Tone is really important in comparison to what... In comparison to the content of the game. Right, but it's more a matter of the people you're playing with. I remember when she takes her edge with her edge, but sure. If you're unaware, there was a meme of, I want it to suck more about the difficulty. That makes sense. Not necessarily loves the combat, but wants combat to suck like the Helldivers meme. Yeah, I can't say I'm plugged into the Helldivers community. Right, but it's more a matter of the people you're playing with. What would you call the vibe of the group you're playing with? So, tone isn't really important in comparison to content of the game. Right, but I was more thinking it's a matter of the people you're playing with. What would you call the vibe of the group you're playing with? The game's tone? Pause. Touche. I think there's just a pause before touche. So what is the point of Player 5's interactions? Player 5's interactions. They're active. Player 5 has already turned the tables on you, is asking you questions. They always assume what the group wants. Touche. I feel like this group's tone... I feel like this game's tone... The kind of person who looks at the Factory Strider Convoy and Stratagem Jammers and says, more! Yeah. Yeah. I have friends who play Helldivers, and that... Y'all are silly. That said, I could go either way if it's a serious or a silly game. You feel the same. I feel like this game's tone doesn't really align with what I'm interested in. I feel like this game's tone is all over the place. I think that's where you can say, are they blaming you? Or probably not that, or why would you say that? I'm constantly the one pushing for progress. I'm constantly the one pushing for progress. Doesn't matter if it's combat or role-playing or exploration. It feels like the rest of the group lacks initiative. And I think this is where we get into, we touch on the fact that Player 5 kind of like overtakes the group, kind of forces the group into situations where they don't want to be in. Or says, thanks, Satan! In the same tone as more, because like, thank you! I think this is where we go. It feels like the rest of the group lacks initiative. It feels like this game's tone lags behind me. I'm constantly the one pushing progress. Doesn't matter if it's combat, role-playing, or exploration. I feel like the rest of the group lacks initiative. They're so scared to just choose. And why are they so scared to just choose? It's because they want to ensure they check with the group first. Versus... So they check with the group first versus something else. So this is... They're just making sure everyone's on board first. Player 5 literally asks why. And because they don't want to upset the other players. And what's the second option? You're back. Enjoy. Welcome back. They check the group first. They're just making sure everyone's on board first. Why? Because they don't want to upset the other players. Sometimes they need a push. They check with the rest of the group first. They want to consider their options. They want to make sure they have all as much information available before making a decision. I think player 5 goes, that's so boring, though. Risk is the spice of life. And I think this is where player 5 says, I get that this is a cooperative experience. So obviously I want everyone to have fun. But shouldn't fun be something everyone chases after, not just waiting for it to fall in their lap? Would you rather they drag the party into a guard encounter due to stealing everything that isn't nailed down? I mean, what this is getting at, and what a lot of these characters are representing, are different struggles in a TTRPG group. And so player 5 is someone which is like, I know how to make a decision. Like, I'm not stuck by analysis paralysis. I can just go for it. Why doesn't anyone else also just do that? And it's because other people want to check with the rest of the group first. They want to make an informed decision. They have fun by not doing that. And this one person is just like, why? And again, this is a group of full adults. They all know each other and like each other enough that they're not going to hate each other for, oh, you like to rush ahead, I like to wait and plan. We're not friends anymore. Like, because they're mature enough to not do that. That's one of the first things this game says. It's like, wow, how did this group stick together if like one person likes combat and one person hates combat? Because we're all adults. Like yeah, sure. I'll get like annoyed if this entire session is just combat and I don't like combat, but I can trust in the fact that next session there will be role playing and I will enjoy the role playing even if someone else doesn't enjoy role playing. And that's kind of like the rotation of the game. And I think that's a very healthy conversation to have, is like, groups don't need to have everyone on the exact same page. You can have a group of mixed interests. Now, obviously, that means you have to be mature about it, but it is an important lesson to learn. We're all adults. The phrase has lost all meaning to me in recent years. Fair. True. I don't disagree. However, I am simultaneously foolishly optimistic as well as blisteringly critical of the average person. I have faith in persons. I disregard the opinion of people, generally speaking, is because persons are intelligent and persons are ambitious and persons are kind. People are crazy. And if you don't know what that means, it's like persons are individuals, people are groups, like crowds, generally speaking, will never make a good decision. Individuals coming together oftentimes will make very good decisions, even if you think they're not intelligent, or even if you think that they come from a disadvantaged position, or even if you think that they are not good people. Broadly speaking, persons coming together, individuals coming together, will end up in a better circumstance than initially thought. People coming together oftentimes does not, which is so sad. It's so sad to me. And obviously that's not always true. Like, a protest of something that is abhorrent is reliant on people, not persons. That being said, so is a riot, right? Like I'm not going to sit here and like mince words. I'm going to be like, there's good and there's bad to both of them. But my faith in people has been shaken, whereas my faith in persons broadly is pretty solid. So that's why a group like this, I can say like, oh, they're all adults and they're not going to hate each other and be petty and like make vague posts about each other purely off of the fact that one of them likes combat more than the other. I think we wrap this up. Shouldn't this be something fun? Fun be something everyone chases for, not just waiting for it to fall into their lap. I'm the only cure for analysis paralysis is for someone outside the system to upset it. And I think that's where... I don't think this is the romance flag. I think this is the wind down. I think this is like, we end the conversation here. I think this is... Pass. Pass. The only cure for analysis paralysis for someone outside of the system to upset it. They are still in the system. They are still a player. All players are in the system. Patience is another solution. So you say you're still in the system by nature of being a player. The fact you can push through analysis paralysis doesn't change that. And then giving them time is another option. It's certainly not the quickest. But it's always accessible. I don't feel like you can have faith in persons plural, because then how do you categorize a random jerk? And if there are multiple jerks, does that fall into the people? What's the cutoff? Individual and groups to me are... Goodbye, my ring. I will pick you up later. So I'm speaking in general terms. If I hear that 3 people get together and they came up with this really cool idea, I'm more inclined to trust that really cool idea than if I heard 300 people got together and came up with this really cool idea. That's the long and short of it. Yes, those 3 people might be jerks and those 300 people might be saints, but also those 3 people could be saints and those 300 people could be jerks. In my experience, the groupthink that comes with larger groups, generally once you hit like double digits and higher, that tends to dilute the benefit of 2 heads is better than 1, 3 heads is better than 2, 4 heads is better than 3. Eventually you get to a point where like 16 heads is not better than 15 heads. 29 heads is not better than 28 heads, even if you put them all together. Now, 63 bodies is better than 62 bodies. But generally, in terms of cognitive and intellectual ability, the groupthink and the ability to assert yourself in the crowd, you lose yourself. And that ends up making it less helpful. You ever thought of the influence of hierarchy and incentives on that dynamic? I have. And certainly it's, if you have like, if a group of persons are leading a group of people, then the group of people are presumably going to follow the persons, and therefore it can be good or bad dependent on the persons. But generally speaking, a smaller group tends to be better in terms of making informed and sound decisions than a much larger collective. Because when you have a much larger collective, you have to make concessions for the group to be unified. With a much smaller group, you still need to make concessions, but there's much more of a dialogue between them. And therefore, you have the ability to be more on the ball with what you're trying to do. Now, again, you can have a bad group of persons. It's just generally speaking, like your shadowy cabal of evildoers is much more likely to be a group of 50 than a group of 4. Because when you have a group of 4, it's easier for one good person to overtake one bad person, just as one bad person can overtake one good person. But when you have a crowd of people, it's entirely emotional. It's entirely vibes based. If enough people get upset, everyone's going to get upset. Calmness does not spread in the same way aggression does. It's like an algorithm. 3 people start a co-op versus 3 people start a business, unless money's involved. Let's not get into money. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't really agree. I think that's when you say, and that's why I'm the GM. I could GM easy. I could GM easily. It's not that hard. I think this is where we get into the romance flag option. I think that this is where it's just like, I could GM easily. It's not that hard. And I think this is like, remember the romance flag is just like, it's slightly more flirty than normal. Give them a hard time. Pass. Versus, I think you... I yawn. Give them a hard time. I mean, like, I could just say, like, tease them, but that's kind of too generic. So, like, I could GM easily. It's not that hard. All you have to do is make stuff up on the spot and tell people what to do. Request a demonstration. I do think that, like, ask for a demonstration. And then the pass is going to be or the ask for a demonstration versus take their word for it. I think this is romance flag. And I think, again, remember, romance flag, it does not mean that you are in love now. It does not mean that you're dating. It does not mean that you're trying to hanky-panky them. All it means is that you're, like, flirting. All it means is that you're expressing an interest in them. And it is just over time that adds up. So, ask for a demonstration. Now this I gotta see. I can't do it without any prep. What was that about making it up on the spot? I thought you liked telling people what to do. I can tell you to do... So how do I want to ride the line here. I want to ride the line of not making it weird. So, like, what was that about making it up on the spot? I thought you liked telling people what to do. I can't do it when I can't do it without any prep. What was that about making up on the spot? I thought you liked telling people what to do. I can I'm just choosing not to. I can, I'm just choosing not to. Ah, the classic. Take their word for it. Anyone can be a GM. Even you. What do you mean, even me? Exactly what I said. Even someone like you can be a GM. And I think that, like, because remember, banter, teasing, you're becoming friends. So like, yeah, anyone could be a GM, even you. What do you mean, even me? Exactly what I said. Even someone like you can be a GM. That initiative is a great trait to have in a GM. Even exactly what I said. That initiative is a great trait to have in a GM. Nice save. The classic. So I think this is where we wrap up now. I think this is where the classic or nice. Now that the classic. Nice save. No idea what you mean. Now that that is settled. Got anything else for me? No, looks like everything's all set up. Thanks for the help. You got it. Persistent.gm name. You got a persistent GM name. Try not to make a habit of it. Player 5 returns to their car as you head in for a quiet night. Right. So, got player 4, player 5, player 6. One more, and then we're done. We're done today. So we would have all of our options for after session 1. That would mean that we have session 1, we have after session 1, and I would move on to session 2. Finally, I know, crazy. We still have no art. We still have no music. We still have no sound effects, no voice work, no nothing. But hey, it works. If it just works. P6 is the shy diva. P6 is the shy diva. Player 6 is the non-binary individual who is very expressive in their outfit, but very shy. They are a quiet observer who will participate when included, but doesn't show much initiative. They are overcome with analysis paralysis and would love to contribute more if able. And at the con, they want to meet their Oshi, but they're too shy, so you have to help them build confidence. So their whole arc is, I want to be more involved at the table. I don't know how. Yes, I understand these are my friends. Yes, I understand this is a safe environment. Every time I try, I just can't speak up for myself. That's the core struggle. I think player 1 player 6 goes, okay. I think player 6 goes, okay. And then player 1 says, doesn't sound okay. No, I haven't. I missed. So, okay. Doesn't sound okay. I don't think that player 6 is mopey. I think player 6 is just quiet. So, okay, doesn't sound okay. Then player 2 goes, does player 6 ever sound okay? And I think that's a player 2. And then player 2 goes, I didn't mean anything by it. I think by it. Player 4 goes, it didn't sound like an insult. Doesn't mean they didn't take it as one. Shouldn't they be saying that? If that was the case? If that were the case? The group returns to their cars, discussing how much intent matters in an insult. I like the idea that every single time you choose someone for an after session, there's a different conversation that the rest of the group just kind of devolves into. And I think that is a little small bit that I think is really important, because instead of just, okay, I choose player 6, everyone else leaves. You choose player 6, everyone else reacts, and as they're walking out the door, they're having a conversation that you're not privy to. You don't know how it resolves. Player 6 stands by the table, unsure of what to do. I could do the player 3 thing, where it's, can you clear out the table, can you clear out the snacks, or can you just stand there and do nothing? Unsure of what to do. They then start wiping down the whiteboard the group uses for battle maps. I think this is where P6 says, I didn't expect player 3 to loan you her whiteboard. You say, yeah, it was kind of her. I didn't expect player 3 to loan you her whiteboard. Yeah, I have more experience in VTTs, so being able to use this is cool. Virtual tabletops. I think a good option if you want to do something like player 3 would be like wait for them to choose. Oh, that'd be fair. Can I ask a game design related questionnaire? Of course. So, virtual tabletops? I don't think I've ever had a good experience with one. Why is that? Too hard to... I think that player 6 has the classic, like, in a Discord call, you can't see when someone's about to speak. So they never speak up at all because they don't want to interrupt anyone. Too hard to tell when someone's about to talk on call. And then I think this is where you're just like, it's a, ow, I bit my tongue. Ow. Even on video. And then, so even on video, and then another option could be, it's not that bad. You get used to it. Ever know exactly what something does in a game, but bristle for hours crystallizing the game for something so it is understood what the thing is? Yes. The idea of this exists in my brain. How do I put it on the page where it exists in your brain? And that is something that I struggle with in writing. That's something I struggle with in TTRPG design. That's something I struggle with in writing this, in video game design. The big thing about that is to accept that the thing in your brain is never going to be exactly the same in their brain. The main thing is if it is a tall, wide, gray, rough-skinned, big-eared, prehensile-nosed, ivory-tusked creature. I didn't say it was an elephant. You probably realized it was an elephant maybe when I said prehensile nose. But the idea being is that it's like, I didn't describe the elephant as smiling or as having a scar or as having cancerous growths along its back or how it smelled or what noise it made or what its environment was. But the point is, I wanted you to think of an elephant, and so you thought of an elephant. That's the big thing. You have to be comfortable recognizing that even if your intent is different, or like even if your broad intent is different, the core of your intent lines up. No, elephants get cancer. It's that large creatures like whales and elephants and larger mammals get cancer, but they don't die from it. They get cancerous growths that don't kill them because they are physically too large to have it affect them. So they still have cancer. They still like have growths across their body as they age, as like they have cancerous cells. It's just not life-threatening in the same way to a human because their body proportions are so different. Ha! It's actually an elephant person from Ravnica. You feel bad for elephants. I feel bad for elephants too. Not because of the cancer thing, but because like they get shot. They get poached so that their tusks can be like sawed off and made into medicine that doesn't work. Too hard to tell when someone's about to talk on call, even on video. Even when you can see them on video. That sounds like it would be easier, but every time I've played online, it's call only. It's audio only. It's definitely an adjustment period, but you get used to it. I've tried, but it just never worked for me. And I think I want Player 6 to reference something that happened this week. So with the week one, like elephants possess 20 copies of TP53 tumor suppressor gene, which detects and destroys damaged cells compared to only one copy in humans. It's called a zombie gene. Oh my gosh. Loxodons, right, Loxodons. I thought Loxodons were... What's the Grith from Forgotten Realms? Like the D&D version of the elephant people. That are like, they have muskets and they like fly in spaceships. That like, I know nothing about them because they came out in like 2019, 2020. And by then I kind of like weaned off of D&D. GIF. Thank you. They're hippos. Thank you. Hippos are scarier. Hippos are scarier. Like elephants, they are intelligent enough that if you threaten it and you back off, it probably won't go for it. It probably won't come to kill you. And if you are kind, and if you are patient, and if you are like respectful, you may be able to safely interact with an elephant, even one that's not domesticated or not tamed. A hippo will just kill you. A hippo will just kill you. People argue if GIF is pronounced with a G or a J. GIF. I don't care. I don't care. I used to say GIF was GIF, but unironically, the thing that has made me swap over to GIF over GIF is the fact that everyone says GIF. Like that is fully an instance of like, first off, graphics GIF, but also like because so many people say GIF not GIF, I started saying GIF just for the sake of accessibility, and then I just stopped saying GIF, even though the creator was like, it's supposed to be GIF. Like, ultimately, what matters is that it's communicable. What matters is that you can get your point across. You can communicate what it is. It doesn't matter. That sounds like it would be easier, but every time I've played online, it was audio only. I've tried that, but it never worked for me. I just prefer in-person games. Like today with the orcs. That wasn't like today with the orcs. I don't feel like that would have been as impactful online. Like today with the orcs, I don't feel like today with the swamp, I don't feel like that would have been as immersive online. And then this is where I think it's another menu option. I think that we actually do this. I think we do that. I think we do that. We do that, and 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 that. Menu option. We do this. Agree. Disagree. Pass. Loxodons are real chill and nice in Magic the Gathering lore, and then there's elephant people from somewhere else too. My main exposure to Loxodons is the Boros Wizard, because that was one of the main characters of the March of the Machine, with the Mirror and Resistance. And I really got into Magic for all B1 March of the Machine. I don't know anything about Loxodons. All I know is that they're elephant people. All I know is that they have a Boros mage that specializes in flashback. All I know is that in the Mirror and Resistance, they are big heavy hitters with gold steel. More cells means higher risk of cancer, so the suppressor genes are an evolutionary trait. That makes sense. So agree. You can't say I can argue with that. Just being in the same room makes everything feel different. Not necessarily. Online, you can have custom backgrounds and audio and utilize separate calls. It's all a matter of execution. Just being in the same room feels different, particularly when you bring in the other senses, like smell or taste. And then I think player 6, I return. You can use audio in person too. It's called a speaker. But why is it a speaker if it plays music? You mainly remember Silencia Loxodons. So Silencia, is Silencia green white? Is that the green white guild? I don't remember. But that's just making me think about how green white, I really enjoy as a color combo. And I think in terms of like the faction that they represent is probably one of my favorites. They're so boring. the ideals they represent of like harmony and order with nature, the idea of like merging together like life and light, and then like it's such a good, wholesome, like good guy aligned faction. And then I think literally only in Theros, green white is like a heroic faction. I think every other time it is sometimes Orzhov, it is Azorius. Like white is allowed to be, and it's often forced to be, the main character, most goodest to boys, but green is shafted constantly. Green is most often paired with red as like a weird like tertiary faction because they needed to include green in a set. That's it, I'm leaving again. All right, bye. Bye. What does player 6 say in response to this? Well, I'm just happy we're able to keep the vibe of the group going, is all. I'm happy to hear that. I'm just glad we're able to keep the vibe of the group going, is all. I'm happy to hear that. Any requests or feedback? I think this is where player 6 says, yeah, they don't like combat and they like role-playing. I actually really enjoy role-playing and social encounters. Much more than combat. I just don't know where to begin with starting them myself. I think this is where I have a brief conversation about how player 6 is like, hey, I want to do this, I just don't know how.
Yummers. It's
just not the same player. You don't get it, player 1. Execute this new GM. I just don't know where to begin with starting them myself. What's stopping you? And would you like me to assist? Would you like me to prompt you? What's stopping you? Would you like me to prompt you? So I think that's like, what's stopping you is like, well, why can't you? Like, what's preventing you from doing this? Whereas, would you like me to prompt you is like, hey, do you want me to like make more of an effort to encourage you and single you out? What's stopping you from initiating social encounters? You built your character around them. Player 6 says, I just don't know how. I just don't know how. Really? 'Cause you started this social encounter just fine. What? You started talking to me, not the other way around. I think I think this is where we go, take that, and we go like that. Oh no, player 6 has imposter syndrome. Everyone has imposter syndrome. It's a character I'm writing. Of course they're gonna have imposter syndrome. What's stopping them? Do they want to be prompted? I can prompt you with specific encounters if you'd like. No, please don't. Accept me. My imposter syndrome isn't good enough to be real imposter syndrome. Exactly, you get it. No, please don't. I don't think I could handle that. And this is where I go, really? Because you started this social encounter just fine. What? Start talking to me, not the other way around. But that's... I think this is where we go... different? Different. Less scary. And then I think player 6 goes, it's one-on-one. Did you expect me to just clean in silence? So I think that player 6 isn't like incapable of having a conversation. I don't think it's like severe or anything like disruptive to their daily life. I think it's just they're anxious. I think it's that they're just shy. I think that they are someone who they are not unable to assert themselves under any circumstances. It's just kind of they're not a strong personality. That's different. But that's less scary. I diagnosed player 6 with generalized anxiety disorder. Whoa, DSM-5 upon ye. You're a psych student, you're allowed to do that. Oh boy, you can diagnose everyone in the community. It's one-on-one. Did you expect me to just clean in silence? It's just a game. Do you expect to not have fun? I hate it when people do stuff like that. I diagnose everyone in chat with autism. Undiagnosed, but pretty sure. Just throw that into chat. I can't wear that anywhere. I suppose I can wear that for like autism, but like, I can't wear the undiagnosed, but pretty sure. I just have ADHD. I hate when people do like that. What? Turn your own negative thoughts against you? They're not negative thoughts. They're... Ah, shoot. They're negative thoughts, aren't they? And so they come to see the truth. Oh, you really got ADHD from like 6? Yeah, I got ADHD a couple weeks ago. Because if you do, like, listen, it's true what they say. If you do well academically, they just let you raw dog neurodivergence your whole life. It's crazy. Ah, shoot, they're negative thoughts, aren't they? And so they come to see the truth. I can see the truth just fine. I can see the truth just fine. It's just weird to acknowledge to someone. I think this is where we go Bad weird? Bad weird? True! Also, the overlay is blocking what you're typing? How is it blocking what I'm typing? Like, how? What overlay? Or are you talking about Twitch overlay? Because I don't have anything on my OBS overlay that's blocking it. I can see the truth just fine. It's just weird to acknowledge to someone. Bad weird? Nothing wrong with weird. Nothing wrong with that. Is this a bad weird or good weird? Bad weird? Just weird. Just weird. If you're typing in the lowest line in the street. Oh, okay. Understood. I will just make sure to not type in the lowest line then. I can see the truth just fine. It's just weird to acknowledge to someone. Bad weird? Is this a bad weird or a good weird? Just weird. Where's this conversation going? Like you're getting the spice of it, the core of it is they want to talk more. They don't know how to talk more. They feel like they can't talk more. We already hit on that. We now have a little bit of resolution. Not that you solved their problem, just kind of like they acknowledged it to you. Just weird. Nothing wrong with acknowledging something like that. I know there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not sure. And then this is where you go, just weird. I hardly know you, after all. I think this is where we do another if weak. And this is literally just if weak equals 1. Fair. I've barely been running for you. And then this is if weak equals 2. It's I think we just do. I think if weak is less than or equal to 2, and then else is fair. I've barely been running for you, and then you can say I've run a few sessions for you. I've run a few sessions for you. We're not strangers. And because this is after session 1, player 6 can just go, we're not strangers, but but we hardly know anything about one another. And then this is where you can say, anything you want to share? As we have an ad that hits. Also, really glad to see this project coming. Yes, I am glad that this project got to come back a bit. I don't think I'm going to commit to Saturdays going forward because I have a game I want to play, at least for some of next Saturday. What I might end up doing is like on the Saturday streams, I devote like 1 hour at the end of stream to just programming, maybe 2 hours at the end of every stream, instead of having a dedicated programming stream. Also, this is where the player starts trauma dumping. Gotta let player 6 know something about us. I want it to be that whoever you're talking to asks you about you. Anything you want to share? Not really. I get the most interesting thing about me is I think that they say not really, and then they immediately share, right? So it's one of those things where it's like, anything you want to share? Not really. Let me tell you about like what I do for work, or like where I work, and like tell you a bit about my Oshi, because that's gonna be tied into the con. I think player 6 is stable. I think that they are someone that is in like an office job. I think that they are in a position where it's like they are starting or started a couple of years ago their career, and they're like locked in for this. And not really. I just work. Like, well, do they work IT? I mean, they could be like a furry in IT. Like, we could have that furry rep, and I would just like not really delve into that too much. But I just work IT for big company, right? Yeah, I think it's just like I just work IT. I want a name of company. I just work IT for company. I'm a blue team specialist, so it's just data security stuff. Blue team? And I think this is where player 6 goes. Blue team is defense, red team is offense in DataSec. Effectively, red team tries their best to crack our stuff. Effectively, red team tries their best to crack our stuff, and then lets us know what worked. I returned from Agile. I did not hear the last couple minutes. That's fair. I only wrote a couple more lines. What I was saying is I'm glad to have worked on this too. I'm glad this project is coming back. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't think I'm going to devote my Saturdays to this going forward, because like as much as I enjoy working on this, it doesn't have good viewership. Just, I know that. And I might end up doing like every Saturday I devote like 1-2 hours to it. Maybe on Friday I'll swap over to it, and I'll be programming on Fridays once I finish up Xeneolithic, the playtest version, because like we have one biome left, and then it's just a matter of going through and making sure all the mechanics are up to par. So what I'll probably do is that this upcoming Friday I will wrap up the final biome. I will compile everything together. I will probably by the following Friday have it in a playtest state, and probably have that final Friday being like running through the entire document with everyone to get to a playtest state. And then the Friday after that, I will probably devote my Friday streams to programming for like 2 hours. So yeah, cybersecurity, yay! Pen testing and staying on the ball with that is big important. It is. So that's why I'm just like, I work at IT for name of company. I'm a blue team specialist, so it's just data security stuff. Blue team is defense, red team is offense and DataSec. Red team tries their best to crack our stuff, and then lets us know what worked. I didn't know. I didn't know you were a hacker. It's less hacking and more data. It's less hacking and more data structures. But at least this degree was good for something. What about outside of work? Well, obviously I play I have the weekly session with this group, but I'm also, I think player 6 is so like their con thing is that they're a fan of a VTuber or whatever, and they want to go to a meet and greet, but they're shy, so they need support. So I want to drop the hint that they're like a fan of this VTuber. Well, obviously I have this weekly session. So, well, I have the weekly session with this group, but I'm actually also in another group with my high school friends. Because I think it's important to remind the player that like these people are not just like tied to the hip to each other. They have lives outside of this. I am noticing that we're approaching the length of time, so we're probably gonna want to wrap up soon. I have this weekly session with I have the weekly session with this group, but I'm actually also in another group with my high school friends. How's it different? They're much more serious. I don't but I actually also have this group. I have the weekly session with this group, but I'm actually in another group with my high school friends. You can make mention. You could make it the members only YouTube streams. I haven't been doing members only YouTube streams. I have considered that programming for members only YouTube streams would be pretty good, because then I could just focus on programming. And then if we have like a handful of people come in, that could be fun. But I don't think I would do that consistently. What I might end up doing is I might in Discord hop on the stage, program in call, where I am screen sharing, I am yapping, and it's if anyone wants to join, they can, and they will have a chat that they can type in. But ultimately, it's going to be like, hey, this is a work buddy situation. This is a work double, buddy double situation. I have a weekly session with this group, but I'm actually also in another group of college friends. Outside of that, I've got a outside of that, I'm pretty active in the fan. This person, despite being shy, is very open about their interests. If you ask me what my interests are, I would need at least 3 more conversations before I tell you half this info, right? But that's just me. So, what about outside of work? I have the weekly session with this group, and I'm actually also in another group with my high school friends. Outside of that, I'm big on watching streams. I'm big on watching streams. Outside of that, I'm big on watching streams. Because like this is where we introduce the idea of like the favorite VTuber. This is where we introduce the idea of like, oh, I have a favorite VTuber. I'm big on outside of that, I'm big on watching streams. Outside of that, I actually love fixing up around the house. How could you possibly love that? It's soothing. It's soothing to just have a project I can work on with a stream on in the background. And then I think this is where we do the romance path, the romance flag, and then we wrap up. Very open about interest. Been there, done that. I think crazy idea. I think this is where we do a blue team is defense, red team is offense. Red team tries their best to crack our stuff and lets us know what worked. That allows us to protect systems from outside interference. And then they're a hacker. And then this is where we grab this. Where we grab that. I didn't know you were a hacker. So it's hacking more data structures, but at least this degree was good for something. And then that sounds awesome. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Not at all. That sounds fun. Imagine works never dull. It actually sucks. Since stress tests aren't that common. It actually sucks since stress tests aren't that common. We don't have the fun job. We have the important job. And then what about outside of work? I have a weekly session with a group, but I'm actually also in another group. Outside of that, I actually love fixing up around the house. How could you possibly love that? It's soothing to have to have a project they can work on with a stream on in the background. It sucks being important. It does, because then if you screw up, everyone gets upset at you. I hate that. It's soothing to have a project I can work on with a stream on in the background. And I think this is where player 6 checks their phone, checks a notification on their phone, and realizes the time. I'm sorry. Sorry, but cleanup's done and I got to go. And I think this is where it's just like, don't even worry about it. Thanks for the help. P6 heads out to their car and you turn in for a quiet night. So we don't have the romance flag on P6. Generally that's at near the end. It's soothing to have a... What about you? And I think this is where, like, surprisingly, the romance flag, which I think is very on brand for someone who's like an observer that doesn't really talk too much. If you answer honestly, if you just like give a comprehensive answer, that's the romance flag. That's the flag that they're into. They want you to yap. P6 gets it, yeah. Or you would never have an opportunity for promotion or anything outside of that one thing because the group collectively decides you're the best for the job and you're irreplaceable. Yeah. I mean, surprisingly, like you do have leverage because your BATNA, your best alternative to the negotiating offer, they're going to be screwed without you. You just have to be willing to walk away. Like that's a situation where like if you find yourself stuck in that situation and it's been like, particularly in tech, 1, 2 years, 3 years of doing the same job without any promotion, without any real changes, lateral or otherwise, that's where you're like, hey, I've done my work. Yes, but if you hate that job despite how good you are, no, that's the thing, is that like you have to be willing to walk away. You have to approach the people that are the decision makers. You have to say like, hey, I've done my time with this. I think this other person can do this just as well. I want to shift my focus. I think that my resources would be best spent in another sector. And if they're like, no, we need you, you're important, then be like, okay, then that's going to suck if I leave the company. Like when you have the situation where you've been pigeonholed into a specific position, because everyone says like, no, you're so essential, you're the only one that can do this. You have to be willing to walk away, but you can absolutely pull the, okay, if I'm essential, give me what I want or I'm gone. Well, if they decide to make the punishment for being willing to walk away awful, then you don't bring it up. So like, you have to be willing to walk away. The punishment they can offer to you is if you stay, which is why I said you have to be willing to walk away. Like if you're in like data security and you're in the same position for 5 years and you expected to be in here for a year, then shift companies and you'll be fine. Like you should not be in a position where you are stuck in your role because you are the most important person for that role and no one else can do it for you, because you can quit. You can leave. And yeah, it might be like, oh, well, your pension is going to suffer. You're not going to have a pension after 5 years. They decide to go scorched earth for daring you to try to assert yourself. So again, you just leave at that point. A company, broadly speaking, unless you're working for like a Fortune 500 company, which in this case you're probably not, can't really do much once you leave. Like, yeah, they could blacklist you if they're really important in the sector, but you know that before you try. And if they do try and go scorched earth, you don't want to be there anyway. Because if they're the sort that when you say, hey, I want to shift my focus, and they say, okay, we're going to scorched earth you, clearly that's not a healthy working environment anyway. Like I can only imagine that you're going off on this like fear of the worst case scenario. Like businesses are vindictive a lot of the time because they're run by people and people can be vindictive. But ultimately, businesses don't care about an individual worker 9 times out of 10. Even if they say you're irreplaceable, even if you know you're irreplaceable, they think they can replace you. Exactly, they'll just find someone else fitting. So I think that the fear of what if they do scorched earth, what if they do that is like literally just in your own brain. And that's not going to happen 9 times out of 10. And in the 1 out of 10 times where it does happen, you just walk away. And you walk away and the company burns itself down. Because remember, this isn't like you're being fired or anything. This is literally you want to shift sectors and they're not letting you. And so if they don't let you, you leave. And obviously, you probably don't want to do that unless you are at least looking into other positions. You don't want to leave business X unless you know that there's at least open opportunities where you are a contender in business Y or business Z. And particularly in tech of all fields, if you're in the same exact position for more than a few years, something's going wrong. Tech expects you to hop jobs, to hop companies, and even to hop sectors. It's weird. I don't really understand it. I'm not in tech, but tech is not I'm going to work in this one job for 40 years situation. And like really no job at this point in the past like 30 years, 40 years even, has been I'm just going to work this job for 40 years. We kind of stopped that after the 70s and 80s, at least in the US. But tech in particular has a very high turnover rate because people are constantly hopping from one company to another company, not to mention how many startups there are. So unless you're like working for a Fortune 500 company, like if you are an essential component of their business workflow, you have more power than they tell you you do. What about you? Give a it would be a cop-out to say just give a response. Huh. Right, because I want it to be you can actually like say what you're interested in. What I could do is I could make a variable. I could make it that you have to say what the variable is. So you could say Tomodachi lifestyle, like skinning humans. And then you have a conversation with player 6 about skinning humans, which would be very funny. However, I don't have the technical skill to add in a filter. So I would not feel comfortable with that. I know, I'm just also very aware that they don't want to give you what you're worth and they will passively ignore problems. That's why you don't make it a passive issue. You walk up to the person in charge of like your sector or like your direct manager and you say like, hey, I've been here 3 years. I have only seen incremental pay raises that haven't even caught up with inflation. I was told that shifting here, I would get a promotion within 2 years. I want to follow up on that. And they say, oh yeah, the promotion's coming. And then you say, no. I want like details. I want understanding of this in accordance with the contract I signed when I joined. And then they say like, listen, we were thinking moving you up. You're just so essential there. We couldn't possibly do this without you. And then you say, okay, well, I want to shift sectors. And if you can't do that, then I need to know a firm answer that you're not going to shift my sector, because then I'll have to start looking at other positions in other companies. And then that's going to make them go, no. You're not, no. We want you to stay here. And then you're like, yeah, I want to stay here. I enjoy working at this company. However, my goals are not aligned with staying in this position for the remainder of my professional career. Therefore, I would love to have a lateral progression where I can shift what my position is within the company and continue in a different sector. Or if that is not feasible, then I'll look elsewhere. And if you really are essential, if you really are someone that they can't afford to lose, they will bend over backwards for that. Because that's what a business does. Like, businesses are people, and your manager probably doesn't want to have to deal with the extra work, and they certainly don't want to have to deal with the fact that they lost someone that's essential. So it might end up being that they don't end up promoting you, but they end up giving you like an 8% raise. And you have to decide, is that worth not leaving? And maybe they're like, hey, we were just, I talked with HR about this. We wanted to give you an 8% raise with a 2% escalating clause that will increase alongside inflation for the next 3 years if you sign in, committed, locked in for those 3 years. Are you willing to stay for 3 years in that position? You have to be willing to say no if you don't want to. You have to self-advocate. You have to be able and willing to be the one that stands up to a manager that is just trying to keep you locked into a spot you don't want to be in. Now, if you're fine with that, if the money is fine, if you don't really care for like, oh yeah, I can do this for 3 more years, I'm fine with that, then do it. Absolutely. You got an 8% raise for no consequence. Yay. But if you don't, then just don't. Like, but you can only do that if you know that they find you essential, more or less. I mean, what we're talking about is we're operating off that assumption. This whole conversation is if you are essential and you're stuck in a position because they think you're essential for it. Like, that was the premise of the conversation. What about you? Give a comprehensive answer. I don't know. I don't. What about you? You know, you're saying that more for yourself. Yeah, no, I understand this. This is you talking about yourself. That's why I'm talking to you directly. And I'm saying like, you know, right? No, you don't have confirmation, but you know one way or the other. And you have to be willing to walk away, particularly in tech. Tech in particular. You have to be willing and able to leapfrog. And that might mean looking for other positions while you're at this job. And that might mean spending 30 minutes a day after you get home from work on LinkedIn, Indeed, Monster, whatever, and looking up other positions, going on company websites, checking with your contacts. That's not enough increase for 3 years if you're already been stuck on the same old. If that stuff grew tiring. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I explicitly went with like single digit numbers because I doubt that they would give you like, oh, here's a 20% raise and also an 8% escalating clause for the next 3 years, compounding so every single year it's a different 8%. Like, that is not going to happen unless you are like literally actually essential where they can't lose you and they're going to go out of business if they do. But in most cases, if you are just kind of like the person that knows how to do this job, they'll throw you a bone. If you ask, they will throw you a bone because they want the path of least resistance. The path of least resistance is, I checked with accounting, we can afford an 8% budget increase and a 2% escalating clause. Take it or leave it. And you have to be willing to leave it if that's not enough for you. Oh, and what the company doesn't know you've been looking into won't hurt them? Yeah. Like, genuinely. Unless you have a non-compete clause, there is nothing wrong legally, morally, or ethically about checking for a different position while you're at the same company. Now, obviously, don't look on your work computer. Don't look on your work phone. But if you have a personal computer back home, there's literally nothing stopping you from just going online and looking up other positions at other companies. Now, that's the grind. Right now, the job market sucks. I'm not going to pretend like that's an easy like ship to jump over. But like literally, it is a matter of you can check other companies and you can see if they have openings. There's nothing illegal with that unless you are under contract to stick with your main company. And then what you do is that you talk to your manager or whatever after seeing the available positions. And then they offer you that like 8% increase after like 3 years. And you have to determine, is that worth it? Or are the opportunities that I looked for elsewhere worth the risk of just walking away from this position? And like, that's risk management. That's negotiation. That is being informed before tackling a situation like this. It's soothing to have a project I can work on with a stream in the background. What about you? I can't stand handiwork. I feel the same. Chores suck. House projects can be fun. I can't agree. I can't agree. Chores suck. Even with something on in the background. House projects can be fun. DIY can be fun. Whether it's repairs or DIY. Or new projects. I think projects can be fun, whether it's repairs or DIY. Where is the romance flag going here? Even on video, it wouldn't be as immersive online. What's stopping them? Do they want to be prompted? But that's different, less scary. Bad, weird, nothing wrong with that. You're talking to the wrong person. I don't understand Robinson either. Honestly, I don't either. I ain't gonna lie. So if we do, well, I more mean, oh, is that an earthquake? Or Or did something just slam into my house? I heard a massive boom, and I felt my entire building shift, and a dog outside is barking up a storm. So I might have just had like a small aftershock. Sorry, that was me. Ah, yeah, I got you. It's just nice to have something to do with my hands while watching a stream. And then I think this is the romance flag. And I don't think we do like what those hands do, right? I think that's like the vibe, but I think that we don't literally say like what those hands do. It's just nice to have something to do with my hands while watching a stream. Ooh, that looks neat. Yeah, it is neat. Hey, Cayman. How do we respond? How are the, like, what is the response to, it's just nice to have something to do with my hands, while one of these is a romance flag and one of these isn't? Right. How do you make that? How do you make that subtle? Hey, yeah, all's well. I might have just been hit by an earthquake. I don't know. Make the joke. Don't make the joke. That's kind of funny to me. I'm not gonna lie. Something to do with your hands. Something to do with your hands, I think it's kind of funny to just be like, make the joke, don't make the joke. Sounds like a Cali problem. I used to live there. We got a lot getting interested in what their projects are. Okay, wait, question. What if instead ask about the stream? What do you mean? Oh, I actually don't think that's the way with Player 6. I don't think Player 6 is like a freak like that. It's just nice to have something to do with my hands while watching a stream. I think if you ask about the stream and like express interest in them, that is the romance flag. That is like the, oh, I'm more interested now. I think this is where it's, what kind of streams are you interested in? Nothing interesting. They're going to be visible to play. I don't think they're going to be visible. I think it's just like the romance flags are not, I am wanting to date this character. And the romance flags are more like, if you choose these options, you have the option later, right? I want it to be subtle. I want it to be optional. I want it to be unobtrusive to the platonic interactions. Nothing interesting. I'm interested, I promise. I'm interested. Promise. It's just a it's just a small collection of VTubers I like to watch. It's just a small collection of VTubers I watch. Any names I'd recognize? Any names I recognize? And I think this is where it's like another pause, and it's just like, or any recommendations? I think that's where Player 6 doesn't give an answer yet. That's in the second after session. But I do think that any Or any names I recognize? Any recommendations? This isn't to humor you, in case you were worried. I really want to know. And I think that is why it's the romance flag. I think it's the like, hey, like I'm asking for me. I want to know. I want you to share your interest with me. And that hits player 6. And that is like a, oh, cool. But it's not necessarily like a, I love you, right? You're interesting. What you're watching has got to be interesting. So not joke about the hands. It's just nice to have something to do with my hands while watching a stream. Ask about the stream will be another option. I think it's got to be make the joke. Something to do with your hands. What? Oh. No. Not like that. Not like that. Oh, watching a stream, I thought player 6 said during stream. No, so player 6 said watching, doing DIY chores with a stream on in the background. So they mention again, it's just nice having something to do while watching a stream. No, not like that. There, you didn't clarify. You didn't clarify. And those sorts of streams are popular. And I think this is where it's another... I think it's just... Right, so I think it's like a joke. It's not necessarily like crass or inappropriate. It's literally just like a, well, there are those sort of streams. Someone will be clueless about what the joke entails. Ah, well. Ask about the stream, make the joke. I was like, oh yes, I'm sure a streamer definitely interprets passing interest in their stream as romantic interest. Yeah, so player 6 is not a streamer, but watches streamers. Watches a VTuber. And so I like the idea that this is setting that up in a subtle, unobtrusive way. After session 2 is going to be more about the VTubers. Is going to be more about that. And then we have this kind of ability to, I want to set a payoff. I want to have this be fun exploration. Let's I want this to be the sort of thing where you learn about the characters, their personality, what they are interested in after session 1, and I think they ask you more about yourself in after session 2. I think after session 2 is where you learn about what their arc is going to be. I mean, all of them kind of learned about that in session 1. Like, you learn what the main point of their arc in after session 2, and they ask you a question that you have to answer. And then I think after session 3 is like the culmination of their arc. And another question. That face when your players is a parasocial streamer and you're suddenly worried about them and what's going on. Oh no. You know what? I shot over to her last week. So we did 3 after sessions. We did after session 4, after session 5, after session 6. The next time we can work on session 2. It's all gonna pog. We're all pogging here. And so I think what I'm gonna do, I'm going to hit up on Twitch. I'm gonna send y'all over to Airs the Witch again, just like last week. And because they're also programming and they're also a VTuber, so I'm going to send y'all over. Thank you so much for swinging by. Tomorrow, there's going to be another voiceover meme. I unfortunately could not get the Lancer frame video. So that'll probably be Monday. Wednesday, this upcoming week, I might do a painting stream. I might do a 40K painting stream on Wednesday. I'm not sure. It might end up being a normal TTRPG stream. I'm not really sure. Next Friday, we are going to do the final biome of the TTRPG's Neolithic. I'm going to probably off stream put all of the pieces together and have what is effectively the like alpha doc is going to be the playtest doc. And I am going to probably check on stream with y'all how you feel about it. And then next Saturday will be a gaming stream. At least part of it will be. I might game and then code. So when's the final biome? On Friday. Friday on YouTube is going to be the final biome. There might be a Discord stage in the next week. That is not going to be on the schedule. That's just going to be like, I'll ping on the Discord and let y'all know. So you look forward to that. I'll probably give you at least a day warning. Take care of yourselves. I will see all of you another time. So have a lovely day, morning, night, evening, afternoon, whatever. If you're a lurker, if you are a VOD watcher, if you're an active participant, thank you so much. And take care of yourself.